Even as we speak about pandemic, government has a stimulus package that provides assistance. So it's a parallel program apart from SEED that will provide assistance to needy families who lost their job because of COVID or who never had a job and needed assistance, because we realized that with the advent of COVID-19, we saw an increase in prices. And therefore, that is the reason why we had to increase the household support, and that is the reason why we had to bring in another program to assist our needy families across the Tri-Island state. This year is not election, yet we had a stimulus package assisting, and that is why I say this government is always in election mode, if that's what you call election. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will continue to work to provide assistance for our needy families. And so during the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the psychosocial unit of the Ministry of Social Development, there were frontline workers. They were working 24 hours a day, Mr. Speaker, answering phone calls. Even as minister, sometimes I have to call the head of the unit to say that I have a family here or there, or somebody who will report to me by somebody that I wanted them to call and to talk to and to deal with them. And so when we talk about dealing with frontline and providing assistance or some additional salary, I want to thank our volunteers who assisted the psychosocial team in providing counseling during that period. Mr. Speaker, I want to say how proud and how happy I am to be working along with the Ministry of Social Development, Housing and Community Empowerment, the entire team, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, when I got in new responsibility and during that whole peak of the COVID, everyone, Mr. Speaker, I literally mean everyone in management, they were calling me to say, we have your back. And any way you need us, we are here for you. Anything you need us. You need help in the psychosocial aspect, you need help wherever, we are there working with you. And so I want to thank them for their hard work and for their dedication and for being there in the battlefield during that very difficult and challenging period. It was a difficult period, Mr. Speaker, not only for ordinary people, but even for us who have been there, who have been looking and seeing so many infections across our Tri-Island state. But yet our workers, Mr. Speaker, our nurses, our doctors, our ambulance drivers, all these people, they were involved in the front line fighting, Mr. Speaker, and so we must commend them for their hard work and dedication. The caring government that I speak about, Mr. Speaker, during the whole pandemic, we saw many families having to bury dead, never prepared that the family will be dying from COVID-19. And so in many instances, they were unable to bury them in the time given and needed some assistance. In normal times, government will give up to $2,000 to our assistance. During that period, we saw an increase of $3,000 for vulnerable families who are unable to bury their dead. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that takes care of you in life and even in death. It's a real caring government that cares for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Martinique. And the people are not questioning that because they know, Mr. Speaker, even those people who may say some negative things maybe on social media, when you have real one-on-one talk with them, they say to you, plain and simple, that I know that the only government that really cares for the people is the new National Party government. And that continues to be our track record. That's part of our track record, Mr. Speaker, as a government that cares for the people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide assistance in terms of the court, our probation officers, And we continue to look at other clients who work in the ministry. So over 1,000 clients who work in the ministry needed psychosocial support. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, since last year we started the Spotlight Initiative, and this year we saw many movements, because last year in the onset of the whole COVID virus, we had some delays. This year we have taken off in terms of, in many areas. We hire a legal advisor to support the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Office of the Attorney General. We are looking at many laws on the books that affect women and girls and that affect maintenance and all these things, so that we can make changes, Mr. Speaker, so that families can be dealt with in a proper manner. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of family violence and gender-based violence, we have heard about it, and the COVID-19 would have shown the whole impact of families not able to live with one another. And I think I spoke of that last year. And you know, when we had a very true wave this year, we had more issues of families having issues, and so we had to continue to provide support. And that is why we are happy with the EU and the UN system for continuing to assist us with over 2 million euros, which aimed at dealing with the whole issue of eradicating violence against women and girls. And there are many pillars that we spoke about throughout the years, Mr. Speaker, that I would not go through, because I do have two substantive ministry, and I mean, I can't bring all the people from St. Andrew Northwest here and not address the real issues, which is the constituency issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide with the Spotlight Initiative, and this, just last week, we started the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, supported by funding from Pillar 3 of the Spotlight Initiative, and we had a really good launch at the Spice Basket, Mr. Speaker, where we celebrate our achievement as a ministry as we continue to fight to eradicate all forms of abuse among our people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to get assistance as it relates to improving the lives of persons with disabilities. And so during the period under review, we got 2 containers from abroad where we can assist people with disability. And I know if we look around in the audience, we'll see the person in charge of that area is here. And you know, they always commend the Ministry of Social Development for the assistance that we continue to give to them. A caring government look at the whole aspect of every human being, because we believe every human is equal. And so we continue to provide assistance, and as a government, we'll continue to provide. We have our Smile, which is the home for girls. We always heard before that there are many girls who needed a home. And so government had funded a building and provide additional revenue to the Child Protection Authority, where we now can provide care to some of our young girls who are in need of care and assistance. A government will continue to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker, even in pandemic. Even in a time when more millions of dollars have to be spent in health, we still ensure that we deal with all programs that will protect lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move briefly to hospital and community health services. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, this year has been a challenging one for the Ministry of Health. We saw thousands of ordinary people, our people, Mr. Speaker, people who we love, people who we know from very small, people who we interacted with. They were infected with the COVID-19 virus, and so the Ministry of Health had to work overtime. Our nurses, our doctors, our ambulance drivers, our cooks, our cleaners, you know, all of these important people, our lab technicians, all the different people within the hospital and community health, Mr. Speaker, they had to work, going out in the villages, working in the hospital, working on the COVID ward, looking after people, Mr. Speaker. And it's sad to say that during that time, we lost 200 of our people. It has been a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. In fact, is the one who cries more for everything. But during that period, Mr. Speaker, I had to be comforting my brother first because he started crying. And so I was crying with him, but comforting him. And so it was a difficult period. It was a painful period for us as we saw people dying, as we saw people who we know infected with the virus. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I really, really want to commend the management team of the Ministry of Health, the management team within the hospital services. Mr. Speaker, every single day during that period, we had to meet at 8 o'clock, 8 to 10, to debrief. And sometimes we had to meet at the morning, and so I would be the first one to wake up my colleague minister. And so when the wave died down, he said to me, don't wake me up 6 o'clock again, because right now we need rest. Mr. Speaker, I smile now, and I would say that God is faithful through it all. Throughout this difficult period, Mr. Speaker, when we were in pain, Mr. Speaker, tough times, I want to thank all my colleagues who have always been there, calling and finding out how we're doing. The two PSs in health, Mr. Speaker, who have always been there. PS and Paul, who have been more than just a PS, who have been shacking out in the hospitals at time, and still for all, Mr. Speaker, getting on the weekends to come to assist with doing vaccination. Mr. Speaker, this speaks volume of these people, Mr. Speaker. And so we must never forget this hard work and dedication of these people, this staff within the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I recall Nurse Lyons having to be in the hospital, in the ministry, up to 8 o'clock in the night, dealing with vaccination. I remember Dr. Philip, Mr. Speaker, that's one that stays with me forever. That's a retired doctor who could decide, well, maybe I want to go and work in SGU, or I might travel abroad and see how I could make a few more dollars, because I already retired. She stayed in the healthcare system, assisting us, Mr. Speaker. But even more than that, on her day off, when we had shortages, she would put on everything she's doing and rush to the hospital to assist us, Mr. Speaker. These are people who care for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pidi Martinique. We must never forget. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when we hear they say, this election, so you promise 1 month's pay. This is no election. During that period of difficult times, we met with them. Prime Minister met with them at different levels. And it was across the board that yes, they will appreciate us regularizing them. And we started the work already to regularize them. In fact, I believe there's too much actors in the ministry, in the hospital services. We do not have any movie there, that's not Hollywood. And so we are working to address that. But when we spoke to them, they said to us across the board that we would like to get 1 month pay. And I was back and forth on whether thing, and the team said to me, let's agree for 1 month's pay. And I recall we met and we raised that with Prime Minister. And then he met with the police and similar thing came from them. So it was what the people asked for, because we are a government of the people and we listen to the people. Mr. Speaker, what it is about election now, we listen to the people and so we act, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that they deserve that and more. We have seen their dedication. We have seen doctors staying in the hospital, nurses, Mr. Speaker, even against the union. The union was telling them not to work 12-hour shift. They came forward on their own. No one forced them. They said, I'm willing to work 12-hour shift. So the decision was made that the nurses who wanted to work the 12-hour shift will work. Those who wanted to work the normal shift will work. But we had a number of our nurses, Mr. Speaker, who decided that they will work 12-hour shift, understanding that it was a difficult period for all. And so I want to commend them, Mr. Speaker, and say I am indeed happy to be a part of this very important team at this important time, because I believe that we will go along in the history, when the history is written on how Grenada managed the COVID-19 pandemic, we will be part of that history. Our nurses, our doctors, every member of our staff. Not only our nurses and doctors, because our cooks are as important as the doctors. Our cleaners, our ambulance drivers, they are also very important. Our lab techs, if they're not there to do the testing, then we're in problems. So they too, Mr. Speaker, they are all very important. And so I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, while we had all these issues as it relates to the virus and having to spend millions of dollars doing COVID testing, we continue to develop our hospital. We continue to buy new equipment as the government. So when we go to cabinet and we ask, we get support from the entire cabinet to buy new equipment for the health services. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we saw the Smart Healthcare Project of the Princess Royal Hospital in Carriacou. And I know our sister will be very happy in the new year when we have to open this brand new state-of-the-art smart hospital in Carriacou. Work we are already completed there, and we're hoping that by sometime in January, we'll see that ribbon cutting ceremony. We know the Richmond Home for the Elderly. Presently, we are doing some work there in conjunction with PAHO and funded by the government and people of the UK. Total investment, Mr. Speaker, to date is over $4 million US, and we are expecting that for Richmond Home to be completed maybe by the end of December. We saw refurbishment of medical stations in different areas. We had Pedmotor, we had Ahoma. So as a government, we continue to provide in every area that speaks to development of our people. We continue to ensure that even with the X-ray, Mr. Speaker, we had an issue with Princess Alice Hospital that I want to speak about. We receive assistance from Grenada in collaboration with the government of Grenada and the Benjamin Foundation of an X-ray machine for the Princess Alice Hospital. And during the spike of the COVID, we realized that there's an issue with the machine. It wasn't able to read everything. And so there was still warranty on that machine, and so the hospital services reached out to the place where it was purchased, and we had some difficulties in getting it repaired. And so we went to the cabinet and asked to purchase a brand new X-ray machine, because we know, Mr. Speaker, remember, Mr. Speaker, we have 4 women from St. Andrew who are concerned about providing services for the people of St. Andrew. So I cannot be in Ministry of Health. It means that they will hold me accountable to say, well, what are you doing? So when we went to cabinet, the cabinet approved this new machine, Mr. Speaker. We already paid for it, and we are waiting it to reach the Grenada. A brand new state-of-the-art X-ray machine for Princess Alice, Mr. Speaker. As we speak in Princess Alice, Mr. Speaker, work is being done there so that we can provide laboratory services there. Our people in St. Andrew, they have to come to St. George's to do blood work. We say that must be a thing of the past. And so in the new year, we will be seeing lab work being done at Princess Alice Hospital. A government that cares for the people, Mr. Speaker. A government that is investing in the people. A government that has a proven track record of taking care of its people. Mr. Speaker, we are continue to provide services in different areas, Mr. Speaker. So we had pediatric services provided in St. John, in St. Guab, St. Andrew, and Carriacou. We had ophthalmology services introduced at Princess Alice Hospital, Princess Royal, Guab, and Sotes Health Center. A total of 80+ persons were seen as COVID-19 disrupt those services. Mr. Speaker, though we had COVID-19 and we had some services being impacted by the hospital, in the hospital, we continue to provide emergency surgeries. There's some critical surgeries that we couldn't put off. People who are diagnosed with cancer and needed treatment. Urgently, we continue to provide those services, and we'll continue to provide those services. All these services have restarted in the different areas. We had some new services for 2021. We had seen cardiology services, and we had introduced a psychosocial support in the hospital services where we add a new counselor. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank all those who assisted us in the Ministry of Health. We saw Dr. Alexis, Dr. David, we saw Nurse Hector, and many other persons living overseas in the diaspora to come to assist us at the hospital. We had a Mexican team. Mr. Speaker, we had many people in the diaspora providing support to us during the COVID pandemic. And we thank them, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague minister will elaborate on those assistance that we received. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Health. I want to thank everyone who have been involved. Thank the Cabinet, the Chairman of the Cabinet, which is our Prime Minister, and everyone who have been involved in providing us with all the funding that we needed at the time to deal with COVID-19 and to deal with the other issues of healthcare. We are very much thankful for the assistance that Cabinet has given us during the period. We were able to employ 45 new nurses during that period, 18 new doctors, ophthalmologists, and a gynecology specialist. Mr. Speaker, the issue of human resource and the issue that I raised earlier as it relates to dealing with the issues that confront our staff in terms of regularization, in terms of job tenure, will be addressed in the first quarter of 2022. And so we have been with them. We have met them at their top. They have explained what the issues are. And so as a government, we are committed to dealing with the issues that affect our people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn my attention to the people who are responsible for me being here at the ministry, at the parliament, which is the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest. Mr. Speaker, 2021 indeed has been a challenging period for the people of St. Andrews Northwest, as with every other part of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We have seen infection of many families within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, sadly, we have seen deaths. We saw people dying of COVID-19. It was a painful period, Mr. Speaker. These are people who, we get to love and be a part of. We saw them dying. And so, Mr. Speaker, to the families in this honorable house, I'd like to, while I already went to them, to say accept my sympathy, but in this honorable house, I'd like to express my sympathy to all the families within the constituency who had lost loved ones during that COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, through it all, God has been faithful towards us. And so we want to give him praise, we want to give him thanks, we give him all the honor because he deserves it. We could have been like other countries that's still experiencing massive infections, but he has again protected us. And so we have a responsibility also to protect ourselves. We have a responsibility to follow the protocols, as I've constantly told the people within my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, during that period of the COVID-19, I've also become a doctor and maybe a nurse too, because I've always been out there trying to get them to vaccinate. As their leaders, I must be responsible. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have organized vaccination pop-up in mostly every village, or in every village within the constituency. And I've always been there with the team of nurses who went out. And Mr. Speaker, we have seen many families, many elderly in their homes, we have brought the nurse there to get them vaccinated. And we still have a number of families and a number of people who we want still to be vaccinated, and we'll still continue, Mr. Speaker, to educate them on the importance of vaccination. Mr. Speaker, during the period of pandemic where once we knew of a family who had the virus, we acted. Quickly we called, we provide support, and we ensure that we provided care packages to every needy family with COVID in the constituency. It wasn't yellow and green, Mr. Speaker. COVID affected everyone. So once we knew that a household was positive, we showed up. And we called them, and we provided. Mr. Speaker, I guess you didn't know that. Because we do not take pictures and post on the internet. We believe if we are assisting from our heart, the people know we are assisting them, and so they will talk. We do not have to showcase like those who go in the synagogue and pray. So we did hundreds of hampers across the constituency, and the people know that we have been there for them. But you see, the people expect that of us, because as the NMP government, we are always a caring people. We have always represented our people, Mr. Speaker, despite of political affiliation, and so we continue to provide assistance. Mr. Speaker, even during the pandemic, we provided assistance to our schools in the areas with mask sanitization, and so we'll continue to provide them with those assistance and be there for them, Mr. Speaker, because we understand what is needed and in this critical time of pandemic. Mr. Speaker, this caring government continue to develop the human capital, and St. Andrews Northwest is no exception. We had scores of people within the constituency getting tuition assistance for SGU, UE, and TAMCC. Mr. Speaker, I've always boasted, excuse, that the only government that cares for, in terms of real human development, is the NMP government. Mr. Speaker, before, the only people who had degrees in our areas are people who came from the elite. These are the people the majority of people who had degrees before, they came from high up there. They had monies, the family had monies, or they had lands and stuff. But now, Mr. Speaker, every year we are seeing in excess of over 10 persons graduating from St. George's University, from UE, and a large number of others are getting tuition assistance. Mr. Speaker, some of our students are performing well in CXC because of the assistance given to them by this government. So the government continue to provide assistance across the country, and St. Andrews Northwest get a fair share of assistance. So we provide assistance to pay for CXC for vulnerable families who cannot pay for CXC. We provide to pay for CAPE at TAMCC, Mr. Speaker, for vulnerable families who cannot pay for CAPE. Long ago, it's 2 and 3 persons in St. Andrews Northwest used to hear about CAPE, you know. But when you hear about CAPE now, Mr. Speaker, scores of our families are now being able not only to pass CAPE, but to go to universities. And so I want to commend this caring new National Party government for continuing to assist the people of St. Andrews Northwest. We continue to provide bus assistance, Mr. Speaker, not only for secondary and primary, but for TAMCC also. And once you start getting for TAMCC, then we also provide for needy families who go to SGU. It's a government that continues to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker. We have many people, Mr. Speaker, young people within the constituency, Mr. Speaker, of St. Andrews Northwest, who are part of the Imani program. But we also have many of them who are already transitioned into permanent jobs, into real jobs. So when you hear all this old talk about the Imani keeping some people 8 and 7 and how much years, Mr. Speaker, while there might be some issues, some facts to that, and I'll explain why, Mr. Speaker. This government is a caring government. So while we may want hundreds of Imani trainees to transition, sometimes they do not find gainful employment. And as a means of understanding that they need to support their families, we continue to keep them, trying to empower them, Mr. Speaker. But I'm pleased to say that the transition program has started, and many Imani trainees in St. Andrews Northwest have been transitioned, and more will be transitioned in the new year. And so, Mr. Speaker, you know we're talking about youth. And we say, well, we have to give youth a chance. But, Mr. Speaker, the new National Party has always been giving youth a chance. That is why many of our young people are no longer on the block, no longer homes, make with children. They are gainfully engaged. And Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we need to give them the credit that they deserve. So we believe that they will sway somewhere else talking about 44-year-old youth. Mr. Speaker, they're not swaying anywhere because they are brilliant. You know, they say, fool me once, shame on you. They say they're not fooling them twice because they do not want it to be on them. That's what the young people are saying. The young people remember, Mr. Speaker, the empty promises that was made to them before. They told them, vote for us. You're getting $700 or $800. In our time, you will get $1,000. The people in St. Andrews Northwest, they are talking about that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you heard it, but I've listened to a group in Paraclete, right in your area, talking about the same thing. I've listened to them in Mountain too. And I know they have been in other areas talking about the same thing, that they fooled us before, and they think they can fool us again. Mr. Speaker, these people voted because they thought they was going to get $1,000. What do you think happened? All of them, they were sent home. We must never forget. Maybe we're getting old inside here and we're forgetting. The young people not forgetting, Mr. Speaker. They constantly remind us that I'm not stupid. No one cannot fool us anymore. We have learned from the mistakes that we made before, and we're not making that mistake anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, these young people, they will continue to support the New National Party because they believe that the New National Party cares. The New National Party is the only party that really not only speak about youth and youth empowerment, but we showcase youth empowerment and have raised and identified persons who are youth. And we can't stay youth forever. So it means that we'll get older. So I'm no longer a youth, but I started as a youth. You look at the Senate and you see we have youth there by the New National Party also. So we have always given young people a chance, Mr. Speaker, by the New National Party government. We continue to provide additional assistance, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this whole seed program. Over 400 families within the constituency are getting this seed, and over 50 families are already getting the CES, which is the stimulus program. And these people, Mr. Speaker, you cannot fool them. You can't fool the old people because you promised them before. You told them, vote for me. You'll get $400. You know what people died during that time, 2008 to 2013? Because you removed the money that they was getting to support themselves. Yet you're coming back now with all kind of gimmick and playing all kind of games, thinking that you are able to fool the people. Mr. Speaker, a blind man watching them, so he said, who is that? He asking them, who is that? Pretending, maybe, and I said, maybe he could see. When they say it's NDC, he said, no. I thought it was Sister Zelma, husband that day. I'll take out me money, $400. I didn't give me the $400. Mr. Speaker, they know who I'm talking about. The person who was involved in promising people at the time know what I'm talking about. When he was trying to get to people's house now, the old people are reminding them that you had promised me money before. And instead of I getting or continuing to get what I had before, you remove all the assistance that I had before, and so that they are not getting sidetracked. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, over 60 families receive housing material. You know, it's the first for the constituency, you know. What is shocking about the whole thing? During the last rain, the housing minister was from St. Andrews Northwest, you know, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware of that? Yet you couldn't show 10 houses on your hand. There's someone around here inside the Honorable House now who's part of this team who was involved in that, Mr. Speaker, involved with them at the time, when they was not giving any real support to anybody. So you see, you can't come and tell people now that you will improve the housing, start and talking about house repair. But we are the only government that provides house repair for people, and so we'll continue to provide, and the people will continue to support the New National Party government because they believe that we are the only government that truly cares for them. We provide bathroom assistance, Mr. Speaker. In this year, over 38 families were added to the list of families getting bathroom and toilet. We assist them. So we give some, and we have discussion with them. We say maybe you have to get your blocks, you have to get your gravel and your sand, and we'll assist you with the rest of the material plus the brigade assistance. And in some instances, they say, well, give me some of the material, I'll provide my sand and my gravel, and I'll get my own labor. And sometimes we even mobilize some volunteer labor on the weekend to assist families because we really want to get rid of pit latrine. We want pit latrine to be a thing of the past in the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest and by extension Grenada. But Mr. Speaker, we know that we're not going to complete that project, as I said before. It's a big project. So we know in the next term, Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, the next term, we will continue to work to get rid of all pit latrine across St. Andrews Northwest and across Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we provide assistance of water assistance for families who have no pipe-borne water. We help with the connection. Needy families. The very fact that they don't have no pipe-borne water, we know that they are vulnerable families. Water is life. And so in this year, we had 12 families getting water assistance. We think we have about 7, I think, applications still being processed. So maybe if we get everything, then we may have 19 before the end of the year. And we continue to work in the new year to see how we can eradicate that issue with no pipe-borne water. I grew up with no pipe-borne water in my home, and so I do not want families to continue. I believe that I have an opportunity at this time to assist families with pipe-borne water. That's why I'm here. I'm here as the representative of the people of St. Andrews Northwest to improve their lives, because I know where I came from. And my colleagues say, well, they're tired of where I came from, so I won't tell you where I came from again, but I would say that based on that, I am committed to developing the people of St. Andrews Northwest, Mr. Speaker. And when I say the people of St. Andrews Northwest, I'm speaking of all the people, not some people. I do not play games with the people of St. Andrews Northwest. When somebody who's over the NDC come to me and they say we need housing assistance or they need some little private assistance, I give them quietly. Or the housing, I give them quietly because the housing is done through the ministry. If they need any assistance, they feel comfortable to come to me or to call me, and I will give them, and I say the right hand doesn't have to know what the left hand is doing. So if anybody say you get assistance from me, it's because you told them, because I would not be telling anybody. I believe that I have a responsibility to protect, a responsibility to assist, a responsibility to develop the people of St. Andrews Northwest. Mr. Speaker, we also provided electrical assistance in terms of the material to wire houses. We know that the whole COVID-19 would have shown us the inequality in education, where some families there's no current in your home, no electricity in your home. And therefore, if you are to use the gadget, you cannot use it with no electricity. And so we have provided assistance to many families to wire their homes, and will continue to provide to additional families in the new year. A government that cares for the people, Mr. Speaker, a government that will continue to deliver. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture for the Gramba Estate, for restarting work at the Gramba Estate, where we saw a number of unemployed young men and women in the constituency are now gainfully employed, producing for the nation. And so I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Cabinet for this initiative. We are happy to be part of that. The debushing continues to provide temporary jobs for hundreds of people in St. Andrews Northwest, and we have seen 30 gangs from since July to now. It's the most gang that we have ever seen in a long time in pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And the government continues to provide for the people of the constituency and by extension by the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. So we'll continue to provide assistance to our people across, Mr. Speaker. We have provided medical assistance for medication, CT scan, for small surgeries. Many families got assistance within the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest, and for that, we want to thank the government and people of Grenada for assisting us. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a number of infrastructural work in the constituency in the year under review. So I've made a promise to the people of Santopi after walking through the streets, and I know, Mr. Speaker, I'll show you how about the Santopi Bridge and the walkway to reach the Dongpomblin that the people clamored for. And I'm pleased to say that construction work has started there and is almost nearing completion. That's a government that delivers. And so the people are saying that when we ask, you delivered. Mr. Speaker, do you believe when the people watched the delivery from the new National Party and their representative, do you think they will look to go for somebody that's fighting all over the place? You don't even know who is the true person that's looking to run against me? Because there seems to be all kind of craziness. You think people thinking about that? But I'll leave that there because that's not my business. So I'm minding my own business, Mr. Speaker. And my business in this house here is to represent the people of St. Andrews Northwest, which I'm doing, Mr. Speaker. And that is why within every village, you can see some level of construction work. So the people of consignment, they are saying that we no longer have to walk with two shoes, wash off feet in the pipe, and then go on the bus. Now they have road and they're asking for hump now, Mr. Speaker. So from mud road, they're now asking for hump because they say the people driving fast. The road has now been completed. And that we are doing in every area. In Baltazar, they have asked for the main road, the drains and all that. We have worked almost completing there. And Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we'll continue in Baltazar because I've made a promise to two areas in terms of lighting of the playing field. When I met with them on the turf, listened to them, they have asked for what they want to see based on the needs within the constituency, and they have asked to light the playing field because they say we have many sports people, there's sports men and women. And so Sab and Baltazar, I'm pleased to announce that in Sab, the contract has been awarded, and before the end of the year, we will see the lighting of the Sab playing field. And in the new year, we'll see commencement of work to light the Baltazar playing field. Mr. Speaker, my credibility is important. So when I make promises to the people, I must ensure that I am able to keep them. And so that's why I want to thank that caring team here who will support those assistants, because it's a team who care, not a fighting team, Mr. Speaker. This is a team that care for one another. We reach out to one another. There's love in this NNP team, Mr. Speaker, love among us. And so we are not even looking outside there because this is a team that care for the people. We continue to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, in every area. At Delphi, we have the main road where we did a retaining wall and the drainage. Beauregard, we do pavement and drains. Monlong, we did some farm roads and we did some pavement there. Byland, we have more than one project there. We have the consignment I just spoke about. We have over $8 million, I think, in the Claboni Farm Road. And Mr. Speaker, when the Claboni Farm Road, they did not take into consideration that the main road leading to that Claboni Farm Road needed construction. And so I'm pleased to say that that too will be done. So we'll see the main road and Claboni Road all being done and completed within next year, please God, Mr. Speaker. Moncton, there's a retaining wall leading to the cemetery. It's something that they have been clamoring for maybe over 30 years, I've heard somebody say. And I'm pleased to say that work has already started there, and that retaining wall will be built. We have seen work in Dunfermline, well in Granlet. There's a number of different construction there, drainage, pavement, in every area, Mr. Speaker. In Boulogne, we had the Boulogne Bridge, and I was expecting that work will start there this year. However, Mr. Speaker, I know the evaluation was done, and the engineer came with the Ministry of Works, but I've not seen, and I know we are almost in December, so hopefully we'll see construction work starting there in 2022. Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary representative of St. Andrews Northwest, we have started a soup kitchen last year, October. This year is a little over 1 year, and we have continued to provide hot meal 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday, to needy elderly citizens who do not get lunch and get it on time, or even persons with disability. Our team go to their homes and provide a hot meal 3 days a week. I want to thank all those who have supported this initiative. This is not a government of Grenada initiative. It's a constituency initiative where members within the constituency provide cases of chicken, provide provision, provide split peas, and all the things that you need for a soup kitchen. And so I want to thank them for the continued support. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I want to touch on the area of Carriacou and some of the initiatives that have taken place there. As you realize, our sister is not with us. Housing. So when we talk about housing, Carrico has a low-income housing project with 100 units. So 100 families will receive housing in Carrico, Mr. Speaker. So 100 families from Carrico and PD Martinique will receive housing in Carrico. I've spoke about the initiative as it relates to the new hospital, the smart hospital, and the health center there already. There, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary representative is not here, but I always say to her, it seemed to me that Carrico is a country for itself, because when she is seeking assistance for her constituency, sometimes I want to say country, because she have Carrico for itself, and then she have Petit Martinique, so she's giving a rationale. She's giving the cabinet the rationale why Carrico should have some and why Petit Martinique should have separately. So she's championing the cause for the people of Carrico and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. That is someone, Mr. Speaker, who has represented our constituency well. And I have no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I've been there with her. And sometimes I go for the Chinese housing and I walk through house to house with her, Mr. Speaker. She is one who cares for the people of Carrico and Petit Martinique. And so we always back and forth because she's always looking for extra assistance. So we have brigades where we provide building bathrooms and we have building toilets. She would say, well, Petit Martinique should get their own and Petit Martinique should get. And so the cabinet always supports. As I said, it's a cabinet that will have love for each other, so she gets the support. And so Carrico has its fair share of what is happening in the mainland as it relates to those social programs. Mr. Speaker, I stand as a proud member of a government which has always put people first. A government that has an amazing track record and that has consistently kept its promise, even in the toughest of times. Mr. Speaker, can you just give me 2 more minutes as I'm wrapping up?
You have 15 minutes more, you know. Just to remind you that an hour is gone.
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied that our efforts is rooted in the biblical precept of whatsoever you do to the least of my brethren, you do unto me. As we face the future, we are confident in tried and tested leadership. Did I say that? We are confident, Mr. Speaker, in tried and tested and proven leadership. Our national experiences of recent times have always reminded us that leadership matters. I say again, Mr. Speaker, you learn my reputation. Leadership matters. Leadership makes the difference on whether public servants are paid on time or whether they are paid on the 31st and the 35th of the month, which never exists because there's not 31st, it's the next month. Leadership matters whether or not you make promises for increase in salaries and it never fulfilled. Leadership matters, Mr. Speaker, whether or not you make promises to people that you cannot fulfill. Leadership makes the difference on whether we move forward as a united front focused on bringing benefits to our people. In a time of the greatest challenge mankind has faced in 100 years, experience leadership becomes even more critical. And so, Mr. Speaker, we faced an uncertain future, undaunted because of our enduring faith in our God and the confidence in the leadership that has repeatedly and consistently delivered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are confident of this government's ability to deliver on the plans for the people, Mr. Speaker. We have shown our track record, our proven track record, Mr. Speaker. And so we hear in all these kind of stories about there's this old and this young thing. Mr. Speaker, I recall we had a referendum, didn't we? And we gave people a chance to decide whether or not you wanted 2 terms in office, limited terms, or the people decided, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hearing all these things around about leadership and who should step down and who shouldn't step down. How do we decide on who step down and who don't step down as, first of all, as leader of a party? Because what I do know, the leader or a prime minister must first be selected by a constituency, must be elected by a constituency. So you can't talk prime minister if you don't have a constituency, or you can't win a constituency. The only how you could talk prime minister, Mr. Speaker, is when you have a constituency and you could win a constituency. So we cannot be talking about who should step down and who shouldn't step down, Mr. Speaker. In fact, sometimes I say, and I say it publicly now, maybe not the right place, but I'll say it still, that sometimes I say to myself that we are unfair. Us. Because our leader has indicated to us that he is ready to give up. And I recall very vividly, it's a private retreat, but I still will talk about it, that he says he's willing and he's ready. But I remember the whole team saying that now is not the time, that we want you to lead us to the next election. The next election is coming, but we asked for that, Mr. Speaker. And so the Prime Minister will step down when he has to, but he would not be pushed out by any person this saying, well, age, because there's no age when you're talking about leadership, Mr. Speaker. All of us here, we started young and we reach a particular age, but we're talking about tried and tested leadership in our Prime Minister. He has been tried and tested, Mr. Speaker, and the truth is, sometimes we forget. We're not sitting here just because we want to sit here. People have decided, Mr. Speaker, not once, not twice, they have decided to vote us out in 15-0. So how come are we talking leadership issue here? When the nation has made a decision to vote the new national party, that's because they tried others and they have decided that they wanted. So 2013, maybe we could have said, well, there's a failed leadership, so they give us 15. But we served for 5 years, and then they give us the next 15-0. And we're talking about leadership? The people must decide. That's why we are here. This is a democratic country. And the people have to decide. Oh, Mr. Speaker, you know, I hear the whole talk about dictatorship and all that. You know why you hear about dictatorship? Because he's a leader that is able to keep his team together. That's a leader that's able to keep his team together. So you call it dictatorship, call it what you want. But that's a leader that is able to keep his team together. Do you see we are fighting? What you see among us is love. And that's because we have a leader who is able, who understands the whole thing, the whole political thing and governance. And so he's able to keep his team together. And so you are attacking him because you realize how valuable he is. And you realize that maybe if I'm able to destroy it now before that new person emerges, then we'll be able to get a chance to rise again. That will never happen, Mr. Speaker. The people are saying that this is a tried and tested government, and they'll continue to support us. And our current Prime Minister will leave, Mr. Speaker, but he'll leave after, Mr. Speaker, and we have asked for that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my office staff. I want to thank my office manager, my brigade leaders, the housing officers, the city officer, everyone in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, who have supported me over the last 8 years being in government, and before that, because I spent 4.5 years in opposition working in the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest. I like to say to them that I'll continue to provide assistance. I am committed to continue to work on your behalf. I'll be there for you. And I want to thank you for even now being here to support me this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and it was all over the place that whether or not we want people to come. So I decided at first that maybe I'll just let the ministry come. And just last night, Mr. Speaker, late last night, I decided, well, I have a confirmed time, so I just tell them, and they're here supporting the representative. You know, over the years before the COVID pandemic, I normally came here with 3 buses, but I only came with 1 this time. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff within the Ministry of Health, my first love, the Ministry of Social Development, and the staff there, who have supported me through thick and thin, Mr. Speaker. We never talk politics. I don't know the political status, but what I do know, when election time comes around, the team, I don't care who they support, but the team will go into deep fast and prayer, asking for my return in the ministry. And so I want to thank you. I thank you for your love. I thank you for your dedication towards your work. And I am committed to continue to lead you, continue to work with you. I am humbled by your love for service to humanity. Mr. Speaker, you can ask the people of St. Andrews Northwest, and you can ask the people of this nation, for they know too well that performance beat all talk every time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend this budgetary package, and I'm confident that it will have the full support of every member of this House. Our nation has already indicated its full support. We have heard the support for when they heard of the packages across. If you walk to the constituency and you get a lot of calls, they are saying that we support what the government is doing. And they're not surprised because this is a government that cares. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Andrew Northwest. Let me just say before you come in that the Prime Minister had to leave on a very urgent matter, so he would not be back. He would not be back this afternoon, but he'll be back early tomorrow morning. He's out on a regional issue, you know, supporting our sister nations out there. But he would be back to tomorrow morning. Honourable Representative for St. John.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise to give my full support.
Maybe you just give a few minutes, just 1 sec, so that the noise could be lessened. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the revenue and expenditure or the budget as laid out by the member for St. George Southeast. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I will speak on my constituency first, because I also have to speak on the Ministry of Infrastructure. And if I run out of time, you have competent PSs both in the Ministry of Trade and Works that could spread the government news. But I am the one that have to do for my constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, 2020, 2021, that was a difficult year. It was like operating in a state of war with an enemy that you cannot see, and every time you plan an offense or a defense, that enemy, which is the virus, changes and changes its offense and attack you in another way. So it has been a very troubled year. But there's a saying that goes, when the going gets tough, the tough gets good. And that's what you have here. We have a tough group of people that form the government. And we also have a very competent captain that has sailed this ship through some very turbulent waters. But despite all this, Mr. Speaker, we made some tremendous progress, and I would list a few of them, what we have done in our constituency. So first of all, and I will call the names of people that live in close, because you know that they have some people that are blind, because they're always saying, you're not doing nothing. So I'll call the names of the places or the people, so if they're blind, when they go, they'll feel, so they would know. So, yes. So we did some box culverts in Dr. Bell, close to Dennis Castillo. We also had, we had some complaints in the magistrate court. There was no windows in there and no AC going in there. Used to be very difficult for the people that go in there. So we had facilitated in putting some air-conditioned units, but that's not to say that we want people to go there. We want them to behave. But sometimes, you know, you might behave, but somebody else misbehave, and then you have to go there. So, right, they bring you up. So we make it comfortable for everybody. We also have a situation too where throughout the constituency, where sometimes, you know, you're leaving home in one shoe, and you have to change it when you leave your gap and put on another shoe because of the mud and the little track. So we have went, you know, with a project, multiple projects, to give a little 3 or 4 foot walkway to those little villages where it could be accommodated. And so we did one of those in Central, Upper Central by Miss Edwards. We did that in Central Depredin, close to the Nutmeg Pool, for all the people that live in the back there. You know, a few years ago, they were talking about an amputee, which we didn't help, but we did help him. But anyways, we did another walkway close to that amputee by the sawmills in Stony Gut. We did pavements and step by the Hubble Bridge area, close to Miss Maureen Church. We also, the people on the western side have to traverse now all the way through Mount Morris. So we did the Marbury Road, so at least it makes it easier for you. So you don't have to go through Nong Nesbit anymore. And the Langton Road, we try to at least widen all the roads in Guave to make two-way traffic. Because now a lot of people, you know, the economy is so good under this government, everybody buying vehicles. So, you know, we need better roads, so we need to widen them. But the problem that we have is that a lot of people build so close, it's difficult. So I'm hoping that physical planning in the future would step up to the plate so we wouldn't have these kind of problems going down the road. We also did a pavement and box culvert in the Gronroy, in the back road by Ms. Thomas. We did pavement and footpath again on the north side of the river, over by Ms. Judy Braffett. The Blair Farm Road pavement in Mount Plaisy, close to Dadu of Ms. Holder. We did a footpath in Gronroy, close to the Child Development Center. Yes. And we did a slipper drain at La Poterie. And that's, you know, as you leave Gronroy going to Guave, you notice on the left-hand side, we're making a nice park there with flowers, and we created a nice environment for the people, and they have 2 more gazebos to build there. So that's ongoing. And I'm telling you this, Mr. Speaker, so that, you know, there are a lot of blind people out there, as I say, so at least they're not deaf, they would hear. Or they would hear. And we did a storm drain and a box drain in Gronroy, close to Lincoln Mitchell. We also did a box drain and footpath and a stair in Mount Plaisy, close to Judy James. the excavation and the grading of Montserrat Road in Mount Pleasant. This guy always used to be calling the radio, so I hope he should be satisfied now. And we also help with material and assistance to the Ursula Baptist Child Daycare Center in Gronroy. We did some pavement and slipper drain Upper Marigot by Stephen Charles, and more footpaths again at Middle Marigot, close to Tasha Edwards. Continuing with the progress, Mr. Speaker, we did pavement and step at Upper Brooklyn, close to the Sandys, and concrete footpath at Odon, that's in Concord, where the huge stone came down, or close to Miss Brenda Durant. We did one on a footpath on a wall in Back Street, close to Miss Beverly Alexis. The pavement and more drains in Brooklyn by Miss Joan Henry. And you see, this is all part of a big picture, Mr. Speaker. It's because when you have, in these days, you get a lot of extreme rainfall. So we're trying as much to develop St. John's by doing as much slipper drains and blocks drains and everything, so that we make life for the constituents a lot easier. We did another one in Lower Brooklyn by Anthony Phillip, the excavation and the grading of the road at Power Park, up to where Linda Straker lives. Linda Straker, she's always complaining that she has problems walking. Yeah, anytime we go to a forum, she always point me out. So we have a fixer by Linda Straker. We did some metal rails in Marcel and Black Bay by Miss Mippet. Slipper drain in Black Bay, right close to the Anglican Church. Box drain and culvert at Power Park, going up to the cemetery. Then we also continue doing our pavement and concrete drains by Sierra's Gap. That's by Paul Douglas in Florida. We did a catch basin, built some steps and another walkway in Cocotong, that's close to Miranda Mitchell. Concrete access pavement to the Pan House in Florida, the steel van. They used to be having to drive over the playing field to pick up and unload the steel pan. So we had put about a nice 8-foot road to go to facilitate them. Also one by Mr. Roderick. And we did a nice slipper drain opposite the community center in Florida, go right down to the toilet, and we also refurbished the toilet there. We did one in Barbay. The member from St. Mark's is familiar with Barbay. That's where our dad is from, Barbay. So we fixed up that area, my sister. And we also did one leading to the public restroom in Florida. And 40 feet of pavement was constructed around the Galba Row area in Florida. About $1 million was spent on the road from Waterloo to Rosemount. That's on the way to closure, because the Waterloo Bridge would be commenced very soon. So we did that, and we were able to do it in two-way traffic. So that would also make it very easy for people coming across from St. Andrews to St. John. So that when we open Fish Friday, we expect to see you all come in. We did another footpath in Brothers, close to Miss Don Duncan. We assist with retaining walls in Douglaston, close to Miss Bain, a footpath and box culvert in Douglaston by Towie, and we did one in Taylor Road by Mongrambi. Also, we didn't neglect closure. We did slipper drains there in Paradise and Closure, and we also did some in Belvedere and some road widening in Jebet. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to all these infrastructure work, we still did a lot of humanitarian work. Our office never closed during the lockdown or the COVID period. We always remained open. And I want to thank all the staff that came there. At least one staff was there every day so that we could, whatever problems people had or needs, they always know that they could count on the parliamentary office in St. John's. We're always open for you. We did there were some major repairs that was done in all the schools in St. John's. Had some repairs done, bring them up to speed for this year. Well, hopefully, we're hoping that schools would be open in January, because we need them to be opened. We also had, there was the Loretos. In Loreto, the Florida government school there had some structural problems. But, Mr. Speaker, the people in Florida clamoring for the school. They say it's Florida government, not Loreto. So the member for St. Andrew Southeast, please remember that there, so that the school there would serve Florida, Cloger, Belvedere. In progress, Mr. Speaker, we're doing the Barbados Bridge. That's right by the fish market in Guelph. Want to put some sidewalks on the side of the bridge, widen it a little bit. And the intention is to have a sidewalk right through. So once you get by Mayor in Guelph, right to the health center, you could walk or push a wheelchair right to the health center. So we're going to have some problems with people that build too close, but we're asking for the cooperation because we need to have, we don't want people and traffic competing for that narrow road. We intend also to do some bleachers that's ongoing at the Cuthbert Peters Park, because although we have some nice facility there, a pavilion, where the basketball court is, you cannot see from the pavilion. So we want to do some bleachers there. We are presently doing, we had a broken bridge in Douglaston, so we are presently repairing that there for them. And Mr. Speaker, so what was not done this year, it would be done next year. So we would like things that we would like to see next year. We have about 2 more playing fields to light, which is Montgomery and Florida, so we're not forgetting you all. And we have a court to light up in Loreto. We wanted to also want to do a court in Power Park, so the member from the town of St. George, you have to help us. We have a squatter problem up there. Eh? You need to put a court. The Minister of Agriculture. We want to do some lockers. The people here are coming out and do that with self-help in Old Road, and they have already started that. So we would continue helping them. And we want to do we'll be starting soon the Concord Preschool to help them refurbish it, and also the toilets in Concord. So, Mr. Speaker, again, for the people that always say you're doing nothing, what's going to happen now is, the same one that say you're not doing nothing, when there is an election coming, they just see, and they say, look at what you're doing for election. All of a sudden, they get their eyesight. So, but what they don't know is that every year is an election year in St. John's. And we're hoping that if the people continue to do the vaccine, and my dear sister from St. Mark's, a member from St. Mark's, she has been helping us go all over in St. John to do vaccination clinics. And she is not that she stay in the back. She's right there with her PPE and giving the injections. So we're very grateful to have such a good neighbor by us. And we have to continue because we want to get back. We want to have Fisherman's Birthday next year and start back Fish Friday and everything. So I'm pleading to the people in St. John's, all the garbage you're hearing about vaccination is 666 and what's going to kill you, whatever. That's all trash. Just protect yourself, protect your family, take the vaccine. Right now it's free. We don't know if you're going to be free all the time, so take it now. Also from the budget, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy that we have, that there was $10 million for feeder roads and that they'll be using local contractors. So we plan to get our fair share because in addition to fishing, St. John's is rich in agriculture. And we know that some of the roads were, because of all the heavy rainfalls, have been deteriorated. So we're hoping to start back. We're also very happy to hear that fertilizers would be subsidized by 10 for the first 10 bags. That's good news to our farmers. We appreciate that. And the increase in the health services by 97 million. Then we have the facility for the western side, the new health center there. We're looking to get a nice little chunk out of that so we could have our 24-hour medical service. So when we sick up there, we'd have to come and disturb Brother Pete and take your place. You are always on our side. The increase in GDB loans, the funds there, again, we're very happy to hear of that increase in the budget because we know that the Fisher folks, little agro processors and entrepreneurs will be able now to assist that because, Mr. Speaker, you know, they have some loan sharks here that are charging you 13 and 15% interest. Those are organizations. Yeah, that's what they're charging you now. So it's difficult for people to go and get loans and start business. So these facilities would make it possible through the GDB that people without not a lot of collateral could at least have the opportunity to start. And also the renovation of the fish market in Gulf, that is good news to us. The Imani transition to full employment, another area in the budget that I support. The 150 per household increase. Well, as I say, I would like to see a society where you don't need any public assistance, but we haven't reached there yet, so I'm happy for the 150. I'm happy for the books and uniform increase, and also for the housing program increase, because we do have a housing problem in St. John's, because we're one of the places that never had a housing scheme, so we're grateful for any additional support that we get. Another area from the budget is the $1.89 million for the fisheries insurance, and that is from the climate risk insurance for fisheries, because we depend heavily on fishing in St. John, so if there is any disaster, at least that insurance would make us get up and running very quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, well, this is it for the constituency. In case I run out of time, if I have more time, I'll come back. But I will now report on the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Consumer Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Grenada recorded a positive growth in total export for the period January to June in 2021. So that's very good news. The total exports for the period of January to June was EC 39.6 million, almost 40 million EC dollars, which is an increase of 52.2% over the same period last year. And we're doing very good because we're at 40, because pre-COVID, we are at 47. So we're almost there, but we don't want to stay there. Hopefully next budget, if I'm here, we're supposed to be talking about 50 million plus, especially now that the the Ministry of Agriculture is working so that, because when the U.S. Went to the WTO, etc., and they couldn't do bananas, the U.S. had given about 6 lists of items that producing Grenada fruits that could enter the U.S. without any problems. So we're just waiting on the produce chemist lab to do the certification so that the farmers could start, because right now we only use soursop, but there's mangoes and quite a few others that we could go. So hopefully our export, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to increase significantly. So Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Consumer Affairs is focused on implementing the micro, small, and medium enterprise policy, and that is referred to as the MSME. And that policy was approved by Cabinet in July 2020, and the ministry envisions a vibrant MSME sector starting in 2022. And we will do so by promoting the growth and development of the sector. In collaboration, we'll do so with the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, Grenada Development Bank, the Ministry of Finance, the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and other stakeholders. The Ministry of Trade, together with its partners, has focused on entrepreneurship and skill development programs for the MSMEs, so that's getting people ready. And we're putting in place the legislative and incentive framework for its operation. Work is also ongoing to ensure that the MSMEs operating in the informal sector are brought into the formal sector. Because you have a lot of little business now all over, you see them on the side or whatever, little huts. So we want to get all these people into a more organized fashion. Because when the first stimulus package came up, because I was minister responsible for fisheries at the time, but there is no way you could quantify to know that ex-fisherman did this or why fisherwoman, what they sold, because there was no data. And even the agricultural workers that sell in the little booths, there was no data as to what they sell, how much income. So it was difficult to see how you could adequately help them with the stimulus. So by going now into this formal setting, we'd have a better idea of who do what. And also, there are plans that there will be a database. And we're doing that together with the other CARICOM countries so that whatever products that certain people have, they could put it on that database. So if you're in Barbados or St. Kitts and you want tomatoes or mint or lettuce, whatever, they know that you have that will be available. So this is also being worked on, Mr. Speaker. So in 2022, work will continue in training of MSMEs to enhance the management capacity in the area of financial management. Another very important area, because we have a lot of fishermen and other folks that make good money, but they just don't know how to manage it. They don't know how to budget and plan, so we want to put some emphasis on that to help these small business people manage their money properly. Work will also be undertaken to facilitate an entrepreneurial culture throughout Grenada communities, focusing on existing businesses and also prospective business owners. So, Speaker, the COVID-19 crisis is accelerating the adoption of e-commerce, because we realize that because of the restricted movement in people and trade and other things like that, people had to rely more on using the internet and other sources of electronic means. And I know my good friend from St. George's Northeast with his agriculture in Mardi Gras. He would also be benefiting from this, and he's listening very carefully because he also depends on the internet for his educational, both for his agricultural and educational work. So we would, this would require further the digital adaptation by the small and medium businesses, enterprises. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, assistance will be provided to encourage and support the establishment of the necessary e-commerce platforms to support these small and medium businesses in terms of online payments and marketing. Under the 11th European Development Fund, which is called the EDF, and in conjunction with CARIFORUM, which is so you have the CARIFORUM EU partnership, and that agreement is called the EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement, and that's a standby facility for capacity building, and there is a 236,000 euros was secured by the Grenada Bureau of Standards and the Marketing and National Importing Board to approve access to export markets for our local producers. And they're doing that through the strengthening of the National Food Safety Program and the development of Grenada's agri-food sector. The ministry will continue to aggressively pursue market access opportunities for the export of goods and services in 2022. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has collaborated with the International Business Unit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and CARICOM Affairs to participate in the 2020 Dubai Expo, which runs from October 2021 to March 2022. So Grenada, we presently have 15 producers there, 13 from the mainland and 2 from Carriacou, and they're exhibiting the locally produced products right there in Dubai presently. And in checking with them, this is, they're doing very well. The products are selling, and people are very happy to come in and sample some of Grenada products, and the interest is very good. So we're hoping, Mr. Speaker, that come next year we should have the new markets for our products. And work will continue, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 with the manufacturers and small agro-processors to improve the quality, labeling, and packaging of the products. Another very important part of doing business, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, sometimes just how you package a product would catch your eye and you want to buy it, or if it's not nicely packaged, you wouldn't even give it a second look. So we just want people to know how important it is so at first sight, your product would get the attention of the potential users. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will continue to lend support to the Grenada Bureau of Standards to strengthen its facilities to enhance exports through conformity assessment services for ensuring compliance to food safety regulations and facilitating market access. This will be realized through grant funding from the CARICOM Development Fund and the Government of Grenada, and that's totaling $1.75 million. Under this project, Mr. Speaker, which is 25% complete right now, the Bureau has completed the renovation of its existing microbiology and analytical laboratory facilities and they anticipate that construction of a new laboratory to be funded under the same project will commence at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the trade facilitation reform continues to be a major focus for this ministry. In this regard, the ministry will collaborate with Global Alliance to improve trade logistics in Grenada. The project will focus on achieving tangible results, reduction in the time required to import or export your goods or services, documentary and procedural simplification, and generally improving the trade clearance process. So it makes it easy for you to go through, get things in and out of customs and lessen all the paperwork required. So these reforms, Mr. Speaker, they would also improve the doing business report trading across borders indicator for Grenada. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Consumer Affairs is at present involved in simultaneous negotiations at the World Trade Organizations under the Doha Development Agenda at the OECS and CARICOM levels, and other bilaterals with other members, which include the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, and Costa Rica. And the ministry is also involved in the implementation of the Economic Partnership Agreement between CARIFORUM and the European Union, signed in 2008. And recently, in 2019, we did one with the UK, because since the UK came out of Brexit, we now had to do a new one to trade with UK. So we now can't use the EU agreement anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, Grenada will continue to actively participate in the investment facilitation for development negotiations, which Grenada signed with the WTO in 2019, and the WTO negotiations on fisheries subsidies. Because you have big countries that subsidize the fishermen greatly, and that has made it very difficult for us in the small islands to get our products sold there, because they could sell the fish cheaper. So we are in the OECS, have challenged the WTO to have these countries reduce the subsidies, because they've been doing that for quite a few years, so that our products here, fisheries product, will be more competitive in the world market. Another area that we have here, which is a really sore point to us, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of the feed, because we have that, we're getting complaints of that, both through trade and consumer affairs, because it's very difficult here to develop our poultry industry. A poultry agreement was signed in 1977. George Houston was the finance minister at the time, and Huggins was the owner of Caribbean Agro. And that was, at that time, it was a local company, and the benefits for the concessions they got, which is better than what Grenada got, was that they would help to develop a livestock industry in Grenada, both hog and poultry. That has never happened. The company is now ADM, one of the world's biggest conglomerate, and they're getting the benefits of the LDCs. The LDCs is the lesser development countries in CARICOM that receive special benefits. So there it is, where a foreign company is also, that's a multi-billion-dollar company, is also benefiting, right, from these concessions given to LDCs, and they're not even owned by anybody in the OECS. And they continue to keep the price of feed, because they watch what it would cost you to import it, right, to see what, and then they sell it at that. But that's not the idea. With all the concessions they receive, was that the feed's supposed to be sold cheap here, right? But it's opposite. And they're selling to other countries in UECS about half price what they're selling to us in Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, this can't continue. The Cabinet has created a subcommittee, which I'm chairing, and they're doing a lot of stalling tactics. When you write them, they're taking 2 months to respond to you. But we will be getting serious with that because we need to develop our hog and the poultry industry in Grenada. It's just too expensive for local farmers to buy feed. So on the consumer affairs, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the need for greater promotion and protection of consumers' interests in matters related to the supply of goods and the provision of services, the government initiated the development of the Consumer Protection Legislation Act, number 2 of 2018, which was enacted effective July 1st, 2021. And so this, what we concentrating now is that we want to be able to have the consumer division up and running. We are getting a lot of complaints, so we want to have it official. A lot of people complain about liquor license because what is happening is that the liquor license law is so outdated and you want to have a little function, and most of the time you don't qualify, so you're going to sell your drink anyways. Government not getting any revenue, and it also puts them in an awkward position because if, to say, one member of the police force don't like them, they could shut them down because they don't have the right. So these are an area that commenced in 2020 at a cost of $60.4 million EC dollars, with a total of 11 roads earmarked for construction. To date, the St. George's Estate Road, Bel Air Road, and the Redmond in St. Mark's have been completed. Construction works are currently ongoing at Laborie, St. George's, Clabony Road, and the Clabony Road is the road where you could go to the Sulphur Springs, and also the road Mark's got a few of that. I hear my colleague saying, The feasibility study for the town of Grenville and St. George's. This study, Mr. Speaker, was commissioned by the ministry to explore feasible options to alleviate flooding in the towns of Grenville and St. George's. An engineering consulting firm has been procured for this activity and is expected to take 1 year for the provisions of feasible solutions to address the flooding and drainage concerns that have plagued both towns for many years. And this project is consistent with the government's priorities to continue to foster resilience and to encourage economic activity by minimizing hindrances to both citizens and the business community. Moving on to St. George's, we have the River Road Flood Mitigation Project, and that one is geared towards alleviating the River Road and Queen's Park area. This project has commenced at a cost of $23.9 million EC dollars. Phase 1 of the works, which commenced in August 2020, entails the construction of flood mitigation works along the river banks from Steele's Bridge to the mouth of the river, and then phase 2 entails the replacement of the humpback bridge going over to the stadium, along with the Steele's Bridge, which is scheduled to commence in 2022. In excess of 100 persons will be employed throughout this project, and the duration is expected to be 18 months. The Grenada Western Main Road Corridor Project, Mr. Speaker, This one is very, very important to a lot of us in here. And this one is funded by grant funding from the United Kingdom Caribbean Infrastructure Program and the government of Grenada. This project has 2 phases, which entails the preparation of the feasibility study and the details design under phase 1. And phase 1 is anticipated to take 8 months. Then under the project, 27 kilometers of road will be refurbished from the stadium in St. George to St. Mark's Secondary School. The deteriorated and narrow bridges will be demolished and reconstructed. Drains and culverts will be reconstructed and slopes will be stabilized. This project will employ in excess of 600 persons over its 24-month duration. And as the member from St. Mark's said, and even recently in St. John, the contractors have held, St. Mark's was virtual, in St. John's it was at the Anglican school, discussions with the people so that they could come in and put their input. And it was a very good meeting because a lot of things that sometimes the engineers miss, the common people just pick it up and bring it to their attention. So the Molinier Landslip Reconstruction Project. So Speaker, due to the critical nature and urgency of this project, the Molinier Landslip Rehabilitation Project, it has been removed from the Western Main Road Corridor Project and will be implemented by local resources of the government of Grenada. The detailed designs have commenced and pre-qualifications is ongoing. Construction is anticipated to commence in the first quarter of 2022 with 300 employment opportunities to be generated. The reinstatement of this road is critical to economic recovery effort in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this road is a major artery that connects 4 of the 6 parishes, and its deterioration has adversely impacted the lives and business of many Grenadians, and I could attest to that. It has also increased the construction costs because, you know, if you have to, the cement now to come there, you have to go all the way around, the trucks charging more to go through Willis with your gravel and sand. So, and it has impeded the implementation of quite a lot of projects on the western side. So this is something that we want to see happen as of yesterday. Mr. Speaker, concrete works. This is a fundamental component of the ministry's portfolio, is the implementation of small-scale projects with tremendous impact on communities. For the period of 2021, a total of $25.7 million has been invested in concrete pavements, retaining walls, drains, and culverts to protect the integrity of the road infrastructure, utilities, and private properties. Approximately 2,000 employment opportunities have been continuously generated by this portfolio. Asphalt works. Asphalt works were done at various sections of road networks throughout the island at a cost of $12 million. In order to improve efficiency, the government of Grenada has entered into a private sector partnership to revive the Telescope Quarry to supply hot mix asphalt and aggregates. This investment, Mr. Speaker, is geared towards creating immense employment opportunities to the residents of Telescope and the wider St. Andrews area. It will also improve the quality and reliability of rehabilitation works conducted on the existing asphalt pavements around the island. Because presently, Mr. Speaker, you have only one at Perseverance, and this is for the development that's happening in Grenada. one is not enough. So this is welcome news to have both plants operating. The Natural Disaster Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Project, and this one is funded by the Caribbean Development Bank at a cost of $5 million. Under this project, the Brothers Bridge is earmarked for construction at a cost of $2.9 million and will commence in October. As a matter of fact, they have already started doing the soil test there. The following slope stabilization projects will be implemented in the first quarter of 2022, namely that's Monk Millet, Market Square, Brothers, Moran, Grosse Pointe, and Cloget. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of this project, the bypass road of Guave through Rosemount was rehabilitated at a cost of $1 million. Mount Kuma Road. This road is located in Snow Corner, St. George, and will connect the St. George Northeast and Northwest. This road will provide an alternative and shorter route to the users of the Western Main Corridor Road while the Molyneux Road is being repaired. And it would also provide an alternative to the Moncloris Road, given that the Western Main Road Corridor, specifically the Molyneux section, has been significantly damaged. And that will be at a cost of $11.2 million, for which works scheduled to commence on October 2021 for a period of 6 months, concluding April of 2022. And approximately 200 employment opportunities will be generated. Upgrading the traffic light system, replacing the Grenada traffic lighting system is an integral part of reducing traffic congestion and accidents on the island. Through the implementation of this project, the entire lighting system will be replaced and modernized using cutting-edge technology to ensure maximization of the full capacity of the roadway. This, in turn, Mr. Speaker, will relieve the issues faced and create a pleasant experience for all users. A contract has been awarded at a cost of $13 million, and the full replacement of the system is anticipated by the second quarter of 2022. Now move to the MBIA expansion. And the MBIA expansion is part of the government's plan to transform economic activities for the country and therefore supports with the correct infrastructure. To date, the following have been undertaken: the bypass road, which is 1.3 kilometers of asphalt pavement, the EOC building, you have the terminal entrance, passenger boarding bridges, remodeling of the arrival area, installation of elevators, the airfield lighting, and the list goes on, Mr. Chair. I'm going to skip because I know the time is going, but we get the picture. Going to be, because the member for the St. Mark's touched on that a little bit, so we know all that's happening there. And I'm going to move to one of my favorite, which is the Guave Medical Station, and this will be servicing the St. John, St. Mark's, and St. Patrick community. And the construction of this facility at a cost of approximately $10 million reaffirms the government's continued commitment to improving the healthcare service. This facility is even more critical now, more than ever, given the changing in tide of the COVID-19 pandemic. The facility will be commissioned in January 2022 for official use by the public. I'm looking forward to that. A total of 200 persons were employed during its implementation. This other one, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition was clapping a little while ago. You're going to jump for joy now. Perseverance Landfill Rehabilitation. This project was undertaken to to construct new cells at the Perseverance area. The work also includes a new semi-aerobic landfill area, a leachate treatment area, and it also includes an access road to the new cells. And this project will conclude with the closure of the old dump. The contract sum is EC $10.1 million, and the revised date for completion is January 2022. The St. George's Hospital Phase 2, improving and strengthening healthcare facilities, are of paramount importance to this government. And the second phase of the General Hospital works are in progress to complete the nephrology and dialysis center by December 2021. And the total cost of this project is US $23 million. Road improvement and maintenance program. The ministry has reintroduced the environmental warden crews, which will provide continuous road maintenance to include drainage, cuttings of overhangings, culvert cleaning, and maintenance of the compound of government, public facilities, public spaces, such as cemeteries, community centers, and beaches. And that, again, also I'll testify, Mr. Speaker, they're doing an excellent job. The construction, refurbishment, and extension of government buildings. During the year, several buildings were refurbished and, to provide a more conducive working environment for the staff of the respective ministries and departments. The ministry also conducted repairs to the tune of $10 million on 91 schools to ensure that children and teachers had an improved learning environment when school reopens. The China Aid Low-Income Housing Project, Phase 2, Dumfries, De Villa, Diamond, Beauséjour, and Corinth. The infrastructural component is completed in all 5 sites. Dumfries, De Villa, Corinth sites, the water meter connections are completed and tested by NAWASA, and they're presently doing the connection at Beauséjour. Water meter connection for Diamond is 98% completed. Electrical inspections and installations are pending for Dumfries and Carriacou due to the problems that were with inter-island travel. Inspections, application forms received for Corinth and Beauséjour with an expected completion date of December 2021. The St. George's Market Square, one of Grenada's major historical sites and a place of commerce since time immemorial. COVID-19 presented a tremendous opportunity for the upgrade of the market, given the importance of health and safety and the need to ensure that certain protocols of the COVID-19 committee are adhered to. Serious considerations were given to improving the market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have a little...
You have 15 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. I will make it in that. The project of the market entails the construction of an open conceptual metal structure for vendors, construction of concrete booths, the constructions of reservoir and installation of water fountains, and design and constructions of a food court area. In addition, new washroom facilities. So achievements to date on the market, the vegetable shed is 100% completed, and 60 vending tables constructions are also completed. The achievements for 2021, total monies expended for concrete works amounted to 26 million. No, this is a different one. Okay, they just, they see that they were given 610 contracts, and that created employment for an average of 500 persons. They did 230 concrete pavements and associated drainage completed, 50 culverts rehabilitated, and 90 retaining walls. Renovation and refurbishment under the ministry's renovation and refurbishment program. In addition to the schools, they also did 40 government buildings were retrofitted and reimbursed at an estimated cost of $7.2 million. Special projects, and these are projects that are managed locally. And these special projects were designed to provide employment both for community residents and small contractors, to enhance the infrastructure with the communities for a better standard of living through easier access for the network of roads, alleviating on the drainage problems which are likely to prevent flooding during rainy season. A total of 308 special projects were initiated at a cost of $3.46 million, providing a source of income for approximately 300 households. The debushing program, it had to be curtailed in the wake of the rising COVID-19 cases at the end of August, and therefore completed its third fortnight at a total cost of $7.4 million and employing an average of 2,858 persons per fortnight. The general road maintenance to mitigate and employ preventative measures before and after rainy season, the ministry expanded a total of $15 million, which translated in the employment of an average of 3,000 persons in the provision of truckage for disposing debris, slide evacuation, removal of garbage, debris, stones, rental of equipment, and cutting and disposal of trees, clearing of landsides, breaking of boulders, etc. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also implemented a digital data baseline, so which all contractors would have access to facilitate in the sharing of information. So in this way, the data would be readily available and accessible. The training of officers in procurement. The Ministry of Infrastructure has articulated that procurement management is a key element to its reform program and has taken a policy decision that public procurement for workers and services be conducted in a manner that is fair and transparent and affords an equal opportunity for all contractors to compete. In this regard, a training session was facilitated with partners from the UK through interactive sessions to build capacity among officers within the different government ministries. One of the major benefits of this training is the establishment of guidelines for the procurement process to ensure that procurement is carried out in a transparent and competitive manner that does not discriminate against services of other parties when procuring works and services under government projects. The continuous installation of gibbon baskets and guardrails. The Ministry of Infrastructure has embarked on providing safety networks on the nation roads through the installation of guardrails and the construction of gabion baskets. The main benefits derived are to improve drainage, ease of handling transportation, reducing the number of road fatalities and crashes, and most importantly, saving lives and livelihoods. Electrical inspections. The unit covers inspections throughout the island of Grenada, also Carriacou and Petit Martinique. The data presented shows that due to coronavirus, the pandemic, the number of applications submitted has dropped significantly. However, despite the reductions in applications, they are seeing some improvements starting back. transport. A high priority of the ministry is the development of a resilient, high-quality, socially inclusive and affordable public transportation system which is attractive to all users. To this end, government has commissioned 2 critical technical studies. One, development of sustainable public transportation systems project with funding from the French government and the Caribbean Development Bank. The principal objective is to reform the sector to enable the provision of a sustainable road-based public transportation system that is safe, reliable, affordable, environmentally friendly, comfortable, and accessible, and is operated to serve the widest section of the community as possible, including vulnerable persons. The study will review public transportation system, the regulatory framework, institutional arrangements, and public transport infrastructure. A key component of the study is to conduct a market assessment which will analyze and supply and the demanded needs for public transportation across the geographical landscape of Grenada. Now, the second one is a project focusing on the social responsiveness of the public transportation system under the UNDP Engender Program of Support, and commenced in the 4th quarter of this year and will conclude in 2022. This study will focus on the social needs of commuters and will examine safety, accessibility to transport across the rural, urban areas, and non-traditional operating hours, which would help all the workers who work in the hotel that live in the countryside who cannot get transport late at night. The support and achievement of sustainable development goals, good health, well-being, clean energy, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And this project will support the technical assistance, institutional strengthening, and capacity enhanced under a 3-pronged strategic agenda. So Speaker, almost on my time going, address. Oh, I've got five. Okay, thank you. Okay. So the project will establish an institutional framework for adopting a strategy for the promotion of low-carbon electric mobility, developing measures to ensure the long-term environmental sustainability of low-carbon electric mobility, facilitating the transformation of a low-emission transport sector, present opportunities for generating socio-economic benefits or services for women. Bus shelter and bus stops as part of the ministry's program for improved public transport facilities in terms of better bus stops, shelters, and multimodal hubs for connectivity. The Ministry of Transport commissioned a new design for bus sheds, which has been completed and reviewed by stakeholders. A bus shelter policy and also a bus shelter agreement are in the drafting stage. An assessment of existing bus stops and shelters to be conducted as part of the wider transportation studies. So, Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to at least take the opportunity to thank all the people that work with me, both in the constituency and the ministry. When I came into this house, I told myself I'm coming for 2 terms. I'm not sure what would happen, but if the people in St. John's want me to represent them again, I will give it a serious thought. So, Mr. I don't know if you want to come and run. I think he wants to come and run in St. John. You will get beat. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the workers, because you can't do it yourself. And sometimes as a politician, you have people working with you, but sometimes certain things that they do, although you're not aware of it, you get blamed. And you have a lot of that. But mostly, I must say I have a good staff with me, and I'm very happy, a good team. I'm happy to have them in the ministry. It's a growing ministry. I see PS is here. It's Jacinta Joseph. Right. and the other staff. And I want to thank them all. My secretary lost her father a few days ago, so we give her and her families our condolences. And I want to say thank you to everyone and to the members of Parliament, you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for a job well done, and to all my colleagues who say it's great working with you, my extended family. And I was supposed to go away today, but I thank you all. And just in case we don't have another opportunity, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. John. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the 2022 estimates of revenue and expenditure so eloquently presented by the Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this was the best budget presentation ever heard in my 8 years in this Parliament. And not only in the style of the presentation, Mr. Speaker, but what was contained within the budget, the quality of the budget, the contents, and the way it was delivered could not escape the smallest man on the street. And over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, all were passed all over St. David's. He said the presentation was good, but the budget is a Christmas budget. Well, I like Christmas budget. There are Christmas budgets, that Christmas time is the best time for me. You know? That's because I always get gifts. So I love what he says, a Christmas budget. That's a very good description. So, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to be given the responsibility for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs, and therefore I wish to start out by highlighting the achievements of this ministry. As we all are aware, Mr. Speaker, this was a very difficult time for Grenada, a pandemic. And the pandemic, it's a pandemic because it affects all countries. So naturally, every country will want to look after their own citizens. But I will show, Mr. Speaker, the assistance that Grenada received from friendly countries and from the diaspora to see how much people responded to Grenada in our time of crisis. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been allocated a budget of $8.5 million. Our main priority is resource mobilization, implementation of treaties and conventions, establishment of effective cadre of honorary council, and implementation of diaspora policies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this House that in face of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reshaped our working environment and the way we conduct our diplomacy, our renewed engagement with our bilateral and multilateral partners, together with our diaspora community, have proven pivotal in fortifying government's response throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. Our ministry, through its diplomatic missions and representatives, have been aggressively at the forefront of efforts in securing assistance to Grenada. $1.7 million in contributions to the COVID-19 Relief Fund, PCR and rapid test kits, PPE, ventilators, and other equipments. $2.4 million in budgetary support to augment the work of the diplomatic missions in helping Grenada to meet its developmental needs. Negotiated and mobilized approximately $7.25 million in grants and other support from our honorary consular corps throughout the world. coordinated and received approximately $4 million in supplies from the diaspora for donation to Grenada. Mr. Speaker, a total of $15.3 million was raised through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But I want to highlight the technical support received from the diaspora and the financial support. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Grenadians living outside, they're very, very concerned and connected to Grenada. We saw the response during Hurricane Ivan and Emily, and now during this pandemic. But what the ministry has decided, not only during crisis we should reach out to the diaspora. So we have set up the diaspora office with staff, you know, Mr. Speaker. We now have a diaspora office with staff working on a full-time basis to engage the people in the diaspora. Because the way they responded. So we're going to take a project-like approach. We're going to identify certain projects and programs in Grenada and then go to the diaspora for funding, so it will be done on a continuous basis, who came to our assistance during this COVID-19 period. This period has been trying to the entire global community. Yet in the face of our own domestic concern, of their own domestic concern, countries reached out to us and they were very generous, you know, in their support. Mr. Speaker, one of the major accomplishments of the treaty's desk was the successful accession to the Chemicals Convention. You may recall that exporters of scrap metal were unable to export because of a ban on Grenada for not being a party to the Basel Convention. I know the Minister of the Environment would like to hear that, because she always asking me if we sign on. Well, so I want to report to this House, because at the last time we did not sign on when I spoke, that the ministry can now report that the instrument of accession was deposited to the United Nations, and Grenada is now a party to not just the Basel Convention, but to the Stockholm and Rotterdam Convention. Our ministry has begun engagement with the Secretariat of the Convention and all other stakeholders in an effort to have the ban lifted so that our local exporters can resume exporting scrap metal. The Secretariat has pledged $20,000 US to assist government with the implementation of the convention. As we said, we have limited resources, so to be fully compliant, we like financial and technical assistance, and they have pledged $20,000 US and also technical assistance to assist Grenada in this regard. The ministry has initiated several changes to its diplomatic representation abroad, and I am pleased to inform this Honorable House of the change in appointments. Mrs. Dawn Francois Wright has been appointed Honorary Consul General of Grenada to the Consulate General in Toronto. Mr. Derek James has returned to Grenada and now serves as the head of the Office of Diaspora Affairs. Her Excellency Yolan Smith, who is Ambassador to the United States, has also been appointed as the non-resident High Commissioner of Grenada to Canada. Mr. Alexander Schroeder has been appointed as Consul General at the Consulate General in Miami. The ministry anticipates the accreditation of permanent representatives to FAO and WTO very soon. During the last budget debate, I informed the Honorable House that government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, received assistance from International Office of Migration, IOM, to develop a draft National Diaspora Engagement Policy and Action Plan. Today, I am pleased to inform that the Grenada National Diaspora Engagement Policy and Action Plan was passed by Cabinet and officially launched in August of this year, the Diaspora Office. Under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that office is located upstairs the museum in St. George's and is now open and fully functional. We have seen the diaspora at work during this pandemic. We have received approximately 4 million water supplies from Grenadians around the world. We know that the contribution in this period amount to much more, as this figure only represents the contribution sent via the missions and ministry. In 2022 and beyond, Mr. Speaker, the power of the diaspora will be leveraged systematically to facilitate and enhance its direct engagement contribution to Grenada. As mentioned previously, the diaspora must be involved in our development agenda. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs made a commitment to this nation in several areas coming into 2021, and we are pleased to have delivered in mobilizing significant resources for national development, especially in aiding the fight against COVID-19. We are pleased with the strides we have made in the engagement of all our citizens and organizations outside of Grenada. The ministry has led from the front, and we have delivered, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform this Honorable House that at the 44th session of the General Conference of UNESCO in Paris, Grenada was re-elected to serve on the executive board of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization for the term 2021 to 2025 for a second consecutive term. As a member of the executive board for the term 2017 to 2021, and in spite of the challenging circumstances of COVID-19, Grenada, through its permanent delegation to UNESCO, actively contributed to advancing the cause of small island developing states and other priorities of UNESCO. In addition, in April 2021, following a successful campaign, Grenada was also elected to the executive board of UNICEF for a 3-year term, 2022 to 2024, securing the only seat available to Latin America and the Caribbean. Grenada will serve on the executive board beginning 1st of January 2022. This success only came about because of the respect countries all over the world now have for Grenada. The only seat in Latin America and the Caribbean that was available, and Grenada was elected from the group of Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm also pleased to report that Grenada joined the rest of CARICOM in electing its first female Secretary General, Dr. Carla Barnett of Belize. Dr. Barnett is highly experienced and possesses the skills to navigate the region through this current challenging time. I take this opportunity to state in this Honorable House that the former Secretary General of CARICOM, whose term of office came to an end, he had 2 5-year terms, His Excellency Orin LaRocque, wish to place on record our thanks to the former Secretary General, who was a good friend of Grenada and served the community well. In terms of international business, I am pleased to remind this House that Grenada's flag is currently being flown high among the community of nations at the Dubai Expo under the theme, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future. International expos are regarded as being among the largest events in the world. 15 million people are expected to visit Expo 2020 despite the pandemic. The Expo 2020 Dubai commenced on October 1st, 2021, and will end on March 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, may I please you to note that 2 containers of locally manufactured products from 15 manufacturing enterprises in Grenada have already been shipped in Dubai and is on display in Dubai. And the visits to our pavilion. Grenada has its own pavilion, and on a daily basis, thousands of people pass through our pavilion and very impressed with Grenada products, Mr. Speaker. Grenada's National Day will be on the 15th of January in Dubai, where it will feature Grenada, investment opportunities, performance from our local artists, 12 local artists. 12 local artists will be there performing. And as the Minister for International Business, I will be there, Mr. Speaker, to deliver a 5-minute address highlighting Grenada's investment and manufacturing. As we work towards recovery, the Ministry will work with our partners and stakeholders to build resilience by reducing risk from, preparing for, and responding to disasters, particularly within our region. The Ministry will continue to uphold Grenada's strong record of global action on climate change, encouraging international support for ongoing climate negotiations, advocating for building resilience to climate change, and supporting transformational infrastructure and sustainable growth. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs aims to strengthen Grenada's engagement with the international community through enhanced diplomatic representation abroad. The strategy will also involve reviewing the performance of all our mission and consulates, including all accreditations, expanding representation by opening new diplomatic missions and consulates in strategic locations, and deploying additional staff to key diplomatic missions abroad. Because of the high cost of running missions around the world, the strategy is to open consulate and appoint diplomats to these consulates throughout the world so that Grenadians can be represented. And these consulates that will be open will be of no cost to the government. We will appoint a consul general, ambassadors, and they have promised and pledged to meet the cost of operating these missions on behalf of Grenada. And so we will save a lot of money from local budget when we have this consulate all over representing Grenadians wherever they go. The ministry seeks to secure the international obligations that the country enters for political, social, and economic relevance and benefit to our country. The ministry also seeks to ensure that the country's commitment to these obligations are met in a timely manner. This will also involve partnering with key stakeholders like the Ministry of Finance in carrying out a comprehensive review of all international obligations, development of a database and a framework of engagement. This will ensure effective participation of the country in international fora and securing the benefits of our country. Mr. Speaker, we continue to ensure proper representation of our people in the external environment. The ministry seeks to enhance participation of Grenadians living abroad in national development by developing structures of engagement, a database of Grenadians living abroad and the skills, development of a dedicated web portal to enhance interaction and communication on the national opportunities, as well as effective provision of consular service will be dealt with. In our resource mobilization efforts, we recognize the need to increase our consular representation, particularly in regions where we have none. We at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs remain steadfast in our efforts to protect and preserve our country's sovereignty while keenly executing our policies, both at home and abroad, to help Grenada to meet its developmental needs. An effective Ministry of Foreign Affairs augurs well for an effective government. I wish to recognize the team in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs for the very valuable contribution and the steadfast support in ensuring that Grenada policies are implemented. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer to some direct statements within the budget that was made during the presentation by the minister. Let me deal with the first one that I've heard. The first time a $1 billion budget was presented to the House by Minister of Finance Nazim Bok, there was a deficit. And he was asked the question, well, how will you finance the deficit? He said, trust me, I know where the money coming from. That was his response. You recall that, Mr. Speaker? Trust me. Well, I really genuinely dealing with. You did asking a finance minister because that is the obvious question. If you present a budget and you say you have a deficit, nothing wrong in having a deficit, Mr. Speaker, and I will show that there is nothing wrong in having a budget deficit. Just say where the money is going to come from. Because if you cannot say that, you would not achieve all the plans you have to spend the money because you don't know where it's coming from. But I turn to page 14 of the budget, 5.2, financing of the 2022 capital budget. The Minister of Finance said that there will be a $98 million financing gap. And then he went on to say, this gap will be identify funding to fully close the gap. One, external sources comprising of new loan disbursement minus principal repayment amounting to $14.4 million. One of the key sources of new external loan disbursement is a budget support operation with the World Bank in the tune of $25 million US or 67 million EC, which will become available in the first quarter of 2022. Other sources draw down from the consolidated revenue of $83.6 million. The minister is pointing out clearly how the deficit will be financed. That is what you need to see, after the budget debate, I was outside talking to a good friend of mine, very good friend, an economist. Last year, he had a lot of things to say about the minister never say how the financing of government, the budget should explain how it will be financed. So I was standing outside there talking to him, and a member of the media came up to him and said, I would like to have an interview with you. Tell me what you think about the budget as presented. Mr. Speaker, his response was, I need to go home and study the numbers, so call me next week. He will respond. Dumbfounded, couldn't say anything after the minister presented. He had so much to say last year that I was anxious to hear him this year. This year, he said, give him a week to go and respond to my economist, I agree, minister, it took him a year to come back. And yesterday, I was listening anxiously for the NDC heartbeat program, come from on WeFM from 12 to 1. Because last year, I tuned in and brought in all sorts of experts to criticize the budget. So I said, this year, let me hear so that I can respond in my presentation. You know what I did, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the host came on? He said, today we'll have a different program. We'll play some music. So for 1 hour, music alone, not a word on the budget. No, unlike the other years, all of the other years, they have a response to the budget. So yesterday I was anxiously, as I said, looking forward to it, but I heard a nice music, nice inspirational music they played. Well, of course, with a budget like that, the only thing you could do is play nice inspirational music, including gospel music, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you heard it, Mr. Speaker. I would like you to hear it. That was the response. So I deal with the budget deficit of 98. Let me go on to the other things in it. So I heard asking the question that the money that we plan, and it's good to explain these things so that people understand. The 1 month payment to the frontline workers and the half month for other public sector workers. They're asking the question where this money will where the money will come from to meet that, to pay. Mr. Speaker, let me make it extremely clear. The 1 month and the half month that are going to be paid is a one-off payment, you know. A one-off, not a recurrent payment. A one-off payment. When you pay it in December, that's it. They are confusing it with a recurrent expenditure that you must meet every month. The recurrent expenditure we have to meet every month is the 4% increase in salary. So they say, well, how come you could pay that and still pay the 4% increase in salary? They want to see where we're going to get the money this year to do that. Where are we going to get, but the Minister of Finance said, where are we going to get the money? In a budget, deals with the allocation of resources. So you estimate how much revenue we collect, and then you look at your expenditure, and you allocate your expenses accordingly. That is the objective budget, you know. Your resource allocation. So when you have some people say you could give agriculture more and help more, anybody could stand up and say that. Your budget constraint is 1.3 billion, that's what you have. So that is your budget constraint. You must allocate efficiently all your resources within that budget constraint and determine what you give priority. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget will live in a society, you know. We don't just live in an economy. So all you look at is the economic data. We live in a society, and this budget addresses the needs of the people in the society. That is what it does. So you're talking about allocation for this and economic data. What's about the people? This budget put people at the center of development, and therefore all the measures that are announced to assist people, you know. Who benefited from all the measures? The needy assistance program, the seed, the increase, and I will show later how the allocation that the minister spoke about going to bring forth the development and the transformation that we need. And once you put people at the center of development, Mr. Speaker, that is how you're going to have a society, not just an economy, a society of people that are energized, are ready to produce, and they are motivated. Because during this pandemic, people are depressed, they are locked down, we can't move. The World Tourism Organization had predicted that tourism, especially cruise ship, would not come back to full glory until 2023, you know. But we're in 2021, and look, you open back up, you know, in 2021. People do not want to just be locked up. They're happy to go on a cruise and go and visit other countries. I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, you know, when I saw the news that the tourism industry, cruise ship open up, and Grenada going to get 200 calls. I say, you mean in a pandemic, people still going on cruise, not going on visit? Because the prediction was for 2023. But they're fully vaccinated, and with fully vaccinated, they are prepared to visit. And if all people want greater interaction with tourists that are fully vaccinated, then they must be fully vaccinated to protect themselves. You are tourists coming here, and the tourists fully vaccinated. You're complaining that you cannot get to meet the tourists, and you are not fully vaccinated. All you need to do is get fully vaccinated so you can have interaction with these people. That is what we need to do. So we need to call on our people to get vaccinated. That's how countries going to open up, you know. When the people reach herd immunity, the level at which they want. So countries are opening up. And they're telling the people, we are opening up. We are admitting only fully vaccinated people like Grenada is doing. But you too should be fully vaccinated. Simple message. Then I heard the leader of NDC, in his response to the budget, he said that because of the increase in the freight charges that double in some cases, that government is getting a windfall, he said, of revenue now. Because you're charging on CIF, the CIF value. So if you free charge double, then you'll get a windfall, he said, you're getting. Well, all he had to do was to look at the 2019 figures and compare it to 2020 and 2021. And you will see that there is no windfall of revenue coming out of there. But that's what he used. I quoted exactly the word he used. That and suggested that if we want to get relief, what we should do is do not charge at the freight. Charge FOB. You know the countries that charge an FOB, right? That means you do include the insurance, you do include the freight. You know how they collect their taxes on the same goods? When you go to shop in the United States and you go up to the cashier to pay, when you see the price, 15% more you have to pay some state, because it varies by state. You have the federal tax, and then you have state tax, you know. Taxes, and then you sales tax. That's how they collect their revenue from the same goods that they do FOB, you know. So don't think that because they did not collect it at the port, that is not tax. In fact, I went to one state once, and I had to return the item, because there were 3 charges on it, you know. The sales tax, which is federal. They had a tax for the state. And the county in which I was, they had a county tax, you know. So it came up to, I think, 17% more than when I saw the price. But, well, a poor man like me who budget for the price and see the, I had to return the item. So he can't, don't be fool about you could take out freight and just charge thing. Well, I take it out. Tell me where you're getting the revenue. You getting the revenue from border taxes. That is the main area of revenue. VAT is a major source of revenue to the country. Because when you look at income tax, if you make less than $3,000, you do not pay income tax. You do no income tax. So one minister told me, he said, well, why don't charge everybody? He said, this time you want to, he said, we wish we had that policy space, you know. He said, if we had that, you know what we were going to do? We were going to bring it down and charge everybody income tax. Because you have room. I said, no, we don't believe in high taxes on people, income tax, because the more disposable income you have, the more you will spend or save. Because if you have the propensity to spend, you will spend more, and if the propensity is to save, you will save more. But the more disposable income you have is better for the economy. And income tax take away from your disposable income, you know, because it is deducted before you reach to you, you know. I remember when I first became and I saw my paycheck as a minister, I said right in this house that my take-home pay cannot even take me home. First thing, you know, and you see, I'm still the same thing. But some people saying, one trade union leader saying ministers get the 4%. Well, I say that to be a mistake. Ministers, 40% of ministers deserve to get an increase, not 4%. We look at the estimate of revenue and expenditure. The permanent secretary salary is way above minister. But how that could happen? I was a permanent secretary. I thought when I became a minister, that was a promotion. You know? But I could get a promotion of $1,200 less in my salary. Less, you know. But how that system could be fair? You go up from permanent secretary to minister, and you're getting less money, whereas the rest of the public services, you keep going up and up, your salary keep going up too, up and up. So I don't understand this thing about minister getting 4% too. So minister don't have to face the same cost of living and do the same shopping, and ministers don't family to take care of. But the constituent taking half, the demand from the constituents. You have one minister in parliament that 3 children go to university at the same time, where the minister get the money to maintain that with this low salary. But if any time ministers get any benefit, a guy tell me over the weekend, are you getting the 1 month pay? He say, you're not supposed to get it because ministers are not frontline workers. So we're not supposed to get it. Anything that come, you could give to the whole of the country. We're not ministers. You are like you're there to serve, just to serve. That's all. But you're not frontline worker. So you can't get. And you know we won't get? No. Because I asked the Minister of Finance and he say he's not sure. Once he give me the answer, but we're not sure. And no, sure we're not getting. So the next thing I've heard about the comment about the budget is that only token, they say the minister came with him. Millions of dollars, they say, oh, I token, man, token. Just token. You're helping poor and vulnerable people to improve the standard of living, to give them subsistence, to help them to cope with this time. He said, I token. Token, he said that they're giving them. Mr. Speaker, some people, when they reach to a certain standard of living in life, they forget the poor people. Yeah, they forget poor people. I think you give for poor people, criticizing it. But these are the people that know exactly the policies of government that help them to lift the standard of living. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, well, I will come to the toilet and bathroom when I go to my constituency, but I want to stick to the budget still. Then, this morning, I heard when the leader of the opposition presented, he said we should remove VAT on construction material. He said these 5 basic things. That's not the only 5 items that zero it, Mr. Speaker. They have a long list as the minister said in addition, he added 5 more to the list. You should look at the list that existed. It's 5 more, not just 5 alone. So for people out there who get a wrong impression, I want to clarify that. It is not only the 5 items that the minister announced that VAT is removed on. There is a long list of items which are 0 rated. You pay no VAT on it. So if you call it on to remove it from building material, so you remove VAT, a major source of revenue, because VAT is a tax on transactions, and the more business transaction you have, the more VAT you collect. So you remove it from building material, remove it from everything else, and at the end of the month come, no money to pay salary. But which government could operate so? Well, you might say you had one in the past that did that, they couldn't pay salary. But which serious government could operate so? You're going to remove VAT and most of the items that you're collecting the most money on, and then you cannot meet your recurrent expenditure. In everything you do, you have to do the cost and the benefit. The package that amounted to millions of dollars to give relief to the poor and vulnerable and the other groups in the community, The reduction in the electricity charge. The capping of gas price at $15 is a major benefit to everyone. $15 capping. Right now it's $17.45. From the next billing cycle, it will never cross 15. That is what the cap means. It would not cross it. So the gas price will increase. That's what government going to do, absorb the loss. Government is going to absorb the loss and cap it at 15. So you would not see gasoline price crossing 15 again. At one time, gasoline price had reached $18.50. You know. The government at the time didn't talk about capping it. But they reached $17.50 and we say we're going to cap it. Everyone will benefit from that cap. These are the measures that were announced in the budget to give relief to people. So, Mr. Speaker, the final measure I want to elaborate on before I turn to my constituency is the support for micro, small, and medium enterprises. An additional $10 million placed in this year's budget to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, is in this area that will, one of the areas that will drive growth is when these micro, small, and medium enterprises could access funding at 1% interest rate. 1%. Well, I made a call and said I wanted to go into rearing rabbits because I want to know best as a little boy I rear rabbits. But I was told I'm not qualified. But I don't understand. I said, no, I'm applying as a micro, starting small, you know? You see, I think I'm not qualified, not because they're not assessing the business, they're assessing me, you know? The business plan, I submit my business plan. I say, look at the business plan that I submit and see if the business could be profitable to pay back the loan. Don't look at me and say, well, the minister, no. And that is, they must treat all applications from this micro, small, and business, and the business, they must look at the business, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the bank with a business plan, you personally, and they look at it, they're asking you what your salary is. You don't want a personal loan, so they're asking you what's your salary. What does that have to do with your business? If I go and ask for money to buy a vehicle, you have to ask me what's my salary, but not to start a business. And that is the traditional way the banks operate. That is why it's so difficult for the small man to get loan, and then they're asking you for security. So when this government introduced for the first time, then before COVID, $5 million was in the budget, you know, for small people to get access to financing, because that was a major problem. Then the COVID come worse. Government increased it to 10 million, 1% increase. When these people get loan and start their own business and employ people, that will add to the growth in the economy. That is why we need this $10 million there. So when they say where the growth will come from, they must know that this government, when the Minister of Finance presents his budget, he identified the area of growth, you know. You know, for the first time, tourism is not in the first three sectors of growth for the very first time. But because of COVID, there is a new variant. And we say we must prepare for it. One of the ways we have to prepare is the source market, you know. If this new variant hit the source market, where our tourists coming from, and they cannot travel, that's a major blow to tourism, you know. Major blow. You can't travel. Already, the WTO meeting that was scheduled to start today, which Minister Dario had his ticket and was ready to travel. 6 African countries banned from entering Switzerland, Geneva. So they meet and they call off the meeting because they say they do not know how many more ministers will face a ban, but already 6 was on the list. So they said, no, let us put off that meeting. So they had to postpone the meeting. Minister Dario was not supposed to be here today, going to WTO to represent us. So they are hoping that by the end of March, so this COVID could change everything in a minute, you know. when we think we're making real progress and everything good like Grenada, and whole weekend them young people ask me if we having carnival, I say, well, it'd be a nice thing to have carnival. I say, but there's a new variant out, I say, you vaccinate? You know, they're vaccinated. I say, well, no, well, if you want a carnival, well, get vaccinated, so that will help. Because if you reach the number that we want, the Minister of Health had indicated to me the amount of people, what percentage. I don't remember it now, but he said he has the figure of the amount of people that need to be vaccinated. And if we reach there, we could have a safe carnival. And I would like to see that. We're in December, our carnival is in August. So if everything goes well, and we could have a carnival, that's good. But again, people must take the vaccine that could help in the decision to have or not to have carnival. So it all boils down to people being fully vaccinated. You can't keep a country locked down, But you want to function? I heard one prime minister say, well, if I lock down the country for 6 months, the people won't die for COVID, but they will die of starvation. Well, yeah, but they won't get food to eat. You won't be able to get pay. So you have to protect life, but what about livelihoods? So you have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that your population is vaccinated so that you do not have to close down the economy because of the devastating impact it can have. And the only reason that this government could pay the 4% this year with a retroactive payment and then pay the next one because of prudent fiscal management. Imagine you had no surplus. It's no different from the household, I like to relate the government operation to the household, So for the people who have no savings in the bank and they lost their job, how are they making it? For those who had savings, they could rally for a little while. Well, the same thing with the government. Because we had savings from the years of prudent fiscal management, we were able to draw down on the savings to use it and maintain it without taking a lot of loans or borrowing. I remember the Minister of Finance saying, we were at 55% of GDP. I was on a program immediately last year after the budget. And there were 2 other economists on the program. And they both argued that Grenada debt to GDP ratio will cross 100% because we'll have to borrow heavily. I said, listen, the prediction from the Ministry of Finance is 69%. And I believe the highest it will reach is 70%. We managed to make the 69%. They can't believe that. They say we must borrow. And so with debt to GDP ratio would skyrocket. And right now we have one Caribbean country, because of the borrowing, the debt to GDP ratio is 175%. And that was a Caribbean country that was doing well. But lockdown, major sector tourism, they had to keep borrowing. But how long they could, that is not sustainable. So we were able, during a pandemic, to meet our recurrent expenditure without excessive borrowing. And even if the debt to GDP ratio had reached 75%, I would still be satisfied. Once we have it under 100%. This target of 55% in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, that's an ambitious target. 55, the ECCB guideline is 60%, But we're so ambitious, we say 55% we want to reach. But that's a good target. If you could meet all your expenses and generate revenue and increase productivity in the sector, then that's good. But to reach 69%, not 100% that they were predicting. So I am pleased with the measures, as I said, that has been announced in the budget and the PSIP. Now, the public sector investment program is what will generate the largest growth. And in the last budget debate, I said we need to improve on our implementation rate of these projects in order to achieve the growth that we're looking for. And the member from St. Patrick's West also indicated that the PSIP, and even in his last interview, he said that increase this year. I'm pleased to see the report from the minister that said we reach an 80% implementation rate. That is the type of rate we have to reach to get growth in our economy that is needed to drive this economy. And there is a 4.8% growth predicted. Well, even Minister last year predicted 6%, and you get 4.5. Well, all indications from IMF review, World Bank, downgrading countries, and saying the prediction they made about the increase in growth will not take place because of all this, what is happening in the world. And you're having growth still, some countries, negative growth, you know. Negative growth for most countries. In CARICOM, with the exception of Guyana, most countries are not growing more than 2%, you know. Guyana with the oil and gas, revenue and so on, and the expansive work they're doing, Guyana is the leading country in the CARICOM region for expanded growth. But during a COVID time, and we can get a 4.5% growth and a prediction of 4.8% in 2022. That is very good performance in the economy, Mr. Speaker. And we can achieve it if we continue this rate of implementation, the PSIP, and we disburse this $10 million to micro, small, and medium enterprise and all the other sectors, and we see coming back full the return to overstay visitors and everything like that in the tourism sector. That will increase production in agriculture because of the link in tourism and agriculture, and the Minister of Agriculture will have a lot to say about that, how the leader of opposition say his own blight here in agriculture. But I'll leave that for the minister to deal with. So I'm not going into that. They're not my area. So, Mr. Speaker, the budget measures are meant to achieve growth, to cushion the effects of COVID-19 on the people. As I said, we are more concerned about people in society than just talking about the economy. Society, as I mentioned, society is what we have to deal with, and people. So now, Mr. Speaker, I turn to my constituency, because sometimes I'm accused of leaving it for last and then rushing. Well, I'm not rushing, but today I have some time. So, and there's so much going on there that I need the time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, regarding the constituency, as you know, we are the largest constituency. And I look over to my friend from St. Andrews Northwest, I say every year, saying St. David's is the largest. Well, the fact, you know, well, the fact won't change. So St. David's will get smaller from last year to this year. You know what happened to it? It's getting larger because we have 225 housing units to distribute, you know. 225 housing units. So the population will increase. We have 15,200 people approximately in St. David's. That will increase. That will increase. So it is the largest constituency. 52 communities in St. David's. So if I visit one a week, not 1 year you taking me? You have? And 12 polling divisions. And just this share say 8,680 registered voters, you know. All those constituencies in St. Andrews are half that amount. Because they divide in 4. Mr. Speaker, I am not saying to you that they should divide St. David. I'm just talking about the size, the sheer size, and the spread out of it. And therefore, it's a huge constituency, but it's a constituency now that has started benefiting, Mr. Speaker. And I will highlight only 10 projects. And I like the approach of my friend from St. John's, you know. Yes, I like that. Say where it is and yet who. Because you're doing it and people still say they're not seen. But I seen. So I like what he said. Go near to Delmab House, there with the road bill. There they go. Yes, say exactly where it is, because like that is only how they could see it. So next year I'll do that. But for this year, let me highlight the 10 major projects. I will do the routine one last. First, the construction of a Six Senses hotel at a cost of $40 million US, providing 300 temporary jobs and 200 permanent jobs, due to complete at the end of 2022, Mr. Speaker. Major. There's a top-class hotel, you know. A top-class hotel in St. David, you know. Mr. Speaker, a second hotel will be constructed in La Sagesse. The signing will take place in 2 weeks' time because the developers have reached agreement with Intercontinental, a next five-star hotel, you know, coming to St. David's. Mr. Speaker, if when next you come back to the constituency office for any activity, you wouldn't know where you are, you know. We're transforming the whole of St. David's, you know. Whole of St. David's will be transformed. You're getting two big hotels. The parliamentary representative from Tongue of St. George, for the Tongue of St. George, already tell me need workers in the hotel. I said I like that because every time St. David's people are coming to St. George's, let St. George people come up now for work in St. David's. That is the effect you're going to have. Transformational, Mr. Speaker. There are 225 housing units that has been built in St. David's. Should be distributed in 2022 once all the facility, electricity, water, and everything connected. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we have more than 1,000 applications for it. So the housing authority have a real hard task, you know, in deciding how they want to distribute that. If you have 225 and you have 1,300 people applying, I wouldn't want to be in a position like that to have to see who will get. So I want to make it clear to everyone listening, the housing authority is responsible for the distribution of the housing units. Because I get calls every day about these housing units. I say, call the housing authority. They are the ones that will collect the money. They are the ones who will put the price for the house. And they will decide who gets based on their criteria. They are set criteria. You know. Based on the criteria, they will allocate the houses. But we hope to allocate it during 2022. And that new and modern housing facility will lift the standard of living of our people. And that is what this government is about, lifting the standard of living of our people. That's why we invest in so many houses. I already mentioned last year the lighting of the Malmong playing field. All I need to see now in Malmong, we are drawing crowds from all over the island. So I went down there to see a windball cricket match, because they always invite me to do the opening and tell me, come. And a team from Tivoli, Ahoma, it says that way, Mr. Speaker, I hope I pronounce it right. Ahoma, right. They played with that versus River Sally. I said, I come and see two St. David's team play. And then and you had teams from Calis and all the areas coming. That come like a national windball competition now, you know. You see the ground. The first thing I did in the playing fields in St. David was to put in toilet facilities. Then I expanded Malmong playing field and put in lights. And I'm pleased to see the use that they are putting it into. The whole community using this facility there. And therefore, the next big playing field, La Sagesse playing field, which I had promised for a long time, and every year asking the Minister of Works, well, when we're going to start this lighting? And every time his response is very soon. But I'm pleased to announce to this House that the contract has been awarded and that on the 23rd of this month, work started in Las Angeles to light up Las Angeles playing field. And he said by the end of February, the whole work would be completed. So in March, when the schools there having their sports and track blazers doing their training, brand new facility, well lighted up with international standard lights, international standards. That we bring in 2 Las Angeles in St. David's. Then the volley pasture. Volley pasture. The contract has been signed and is funded by the local embassy, the People's Republic of China. The embassy is funding the lighting up of volley pasture. And the contract was signed last week. And work will start very soon to light up volley pasture. My intention is to light up all the playing field. So one friend of mine said, well, so Minister, what you leaving for your next term to do? When you do all that, you have nothing for doing the next term. I say, yes, I want to focus on the development of our young people and ensuring more of them get to go to TAMCC and SU. Because it's education that will lift them out of poverty. More money, I want to see more money in that. Then we had the bathroom and toilet brigade going around. The Speaker, imagine these elderly people living in a home, and for the first time, they have inside bathroom and inside toilet. You know the difference that make? You know what the crippled man, a man on a wheelchair in Content, said to me? He said, I never thought it's government that will build the bathroom and toilet for me. He said, I thought it would be my children. He said, government come up, and he did not have water in his house. So when we bring the bathroom and toilet, obviously we had to put in water. So we had to give him water, and that is what we do in throughout the constituency. This bathroom and toilet project has changed the lives of a lot of people, you know. That's one of the major projects in lifting people's quality of life, you know. Yeah. Big improvement. Running water inside. And the inside toilet and bath. A major difference in people's life. I'm very pleased with this project. So I told the Minister of Housing that I need more money to thing. She said, you're always using the excuse that St. David's is the biggest one, that's why you want more money. Well, they're not an excuse, they're a fact. I hope I'll get more money this year from her. And we have also, Mr. Speaker, the works have started at the La Pastora Road. There was a road that the residents always complain about, year after year. Work has now started in the La Pastora Road. The Wester Hall Secondary School, the upgrade has completed on the Wester Hall Secondary School. And, Mr. Speaker, the big one, and anytime you're passing up St. David's, stop by the police station, and right behind there, you will see work going on to house the fire tender that's coming to St. David's. The fire tender is coming there and you have its own facilities. Right now, when I came into office the first time, we did not have a single ATM machine in St. David's. So if you run out of cash, you either have to go to Grenville and St. George's. So I remember one of my friends saying, well, he wanted to put gas in his vehicle, but he had to go to St. George's or Grenville, and he's not sure. He asked which is the shortest distance because he's not sure the gas will take him there to get the money, right, to put it. You know, Mr. Speaker, we now have 2 ATM machines in St. David's. 2 ATM machines, one right opposite the police station and one in West Hall in the gas station. His problem solved now. You don't have to worry about how long it's taking you to go in St. George's and Grenville. It's right there in St. David's. So all these facilities are coming to St. David's. The ambulance will have a permanent place in St. David's with a driver from St. David's to provide service for the people of St. David's, Mr. Speaker. So these are the main highlights, but of course, I must talk about the other, everybody has the same thing, the housing brigade, the food hampers. We distributed 384 food hampers throughout, and for this Christmas, we plan to continue that. The needy assistance, we have helped over 100 people in various areas, tuition assistance, medical assistance. Our uniform program, 433 beneficiaries in St. David's for the uniform program. Special projects, Mr. Speaker, that's the special project that the minister from St. John's was talking about, because we spent $692,891 doing 60 special projects, employing 300 people. So you must see that in Gong, because what we're doing is building box drain, retaining wall, minor roads throughout the constituency. So I don't understand why you could say you're not seeing it. So I'll say next year when I talk about special project, I'll put in a location, a copy in from my friend from St. John's. Yes, well, if I build a house, Minister Delma Thomas Yard Road are saying that. Let them go and see it. Because in the area of youth, we have had our fair share of the program. Empower, Imani, Project Fly, Youth Parliament, General Construction, and the Beaton Community Center. We have a business center now in St. David's, you know. In Beaton, the community center has been refurbished, and they will be providing assistance to young people to get training in writing project, doing business plan, accounting, and so on. In St. David's business center by youth, the youth department, when the minister called me and said they were looking for a place to set up the center, so that's an excellent idea. Well, she went to St. Mark's first, but that's all right. But St. David's now have theirs, have the business center, and we'll start the training very soon with this business center for young people. It's one of the best ideas coming out of the youth, but to help the young people. The Empower program. Mr. Speaker, there's a program that we go on the blocks, you know, and recruit the guys, you know. The guys that we take from the blocks. So when you say we have 40 and we end up with 25 graduating, but that's a good number, because these guys lack discipline and all sort of things, you know. I have to train them and keep them in a classroom setting. I went twice and speak to them. The first time I go, say the question, the first question, like, when you go legalize marijuana? I say, Lord have mercy. I say, well, keep listening. And if you want to get some more information, I'll invite the Minister of Agriculture to talk to you. That was the first question I get, you know. That's how but these guys stayed, learned a new skill, and the best part of the program, and I told the minister that they be given a startup money. Yes, to help them to start up their business, you know. So millions of dollars in different areas of the youth budget to help train people. And you have to equip people with the skills, you know, and put them on their own. A lot of them doing on their own, who bought weed eaters and other things, power wash, and all that thing, and they're working on their own. Very, very good program. So when I hear criticism about all this money you're spending on youth, and they staying in the money how much years and all these things, the Minister of Youth will address that. But I know personally the benefits that has been derived from all these programs. In St. David's alone, and if St. David benefit just like that, I imagine all the other constituencies will benefit. So I'm pleased with the work that has been done in the thing, despite all the work we're doing in housing, yet the house repair program is in big demand. House repair. Housing is a major problem, Mr. Speaker. Because we have the 225 units, I tell you, 1,000 people wouldn't get. So I was speaking to a developer, someone who was interested in investing in Grenada. I said, well, come and invest in low-income housing. Because we have, look at the excess, I gave him the numbers, island-wide, of people who looking for low-income houses. So if you could bring it at a cost, reasonable cost, and people like to build the house on their own land, you know, they have the land. Because what we have in current, people are not used to living in these apartment buildings, you know. When you travel and you live in it, you know it's temporary. When you come back and you want a permanent house, that's a new way of life, you know, that will have its own problem with it, you know. That the minister will have to be prepared. The people going in there to have a lot of sessions with them. Because for the first time, believing somebody above you want to decide when you think children running around, I'll say that. So I said to the developer, good investment will be to do it in low-income houses. But good standard, you know, that could withstand Category 5 hurricane, but at reasonable cost. And they are considering it. They are considering it. So see, in January, they said they will send down a team to look at where lands are available and people who have their own lands and see how cheap they could build these strong houses, 2-bedroom with bathroom, toilet, and everything, and see the lowest cost they could do it at, so that people could have decent housing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that despite all this challenging time caused by COVID, the drop in revenue, I must say that this government, any rational and objective person looking at how this government performed over the years, and especially during COVID time, could only come to one conclusion: that they have the right team in place to run this country at this time. And for we to continue the development path that we're on, this team needs to continue in order to continue on this development path. That is the message. Simple as that. Can't change team in the middle of a crisis and risk a next team. And you have a team that you could judge, that you could look at the performance, look at the team and see how well they have done. So that's the choice. And finally, I've already talked about that is the election budget. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that people forget our election cycle is 5 years. So if you're in your 4th year and you present a budget that gives support to people, how does the election budget? April next year will be 4 years, you know, because the election was the 13th of March, but the first sitting of the House was on the 27th of April. So they start counting from the first sitting of the House, which is 27th of April. And in an election year, it seems that you should not do anything. Because I hear say, well, we're building roads now, and we're building bridges now because the election coming. So when the election coming, halt everything, because the election coming. Well, which government in the world operate that way? You put everything on hold because you say election coming. Well, to me, if election coming, then you tell me you have to do the most work, not less work. So to talk about you building road and you building bridge and you giving assistance because the election, I don't understand that. If in April you vote in your 4th year in a 5-year cycle, of course, you reach your 4th year, you know. This budget is for 2022, which will be our 4th year. We can't go beyond 5, you know. It's not like you don't know when the election is going to be in a 5-year cycle. You don't know the exact time you're going to be called because the Prime Minister could call it any time. But if I am interested in politics, and I see 4 years in a 5-year cycle go, I'm preparing myself. I'm preparing. So to talk about you delivering things because the election coming, as though we're not supposed to do anything. So this budget is, some call it an election budget, a Christmas budget, all sort of budget. But one thing they cannot say about it is that this budget is a budget they cannot say that did not address the hardship and bring relief to the people of Grenada. That cannot be said about this budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to thank the members from my constituency, the staff in the office. Some of them are here today for the hard work, dedication, and commitment throughout my tenure. This is my second term in office. They have stood with me throughout the time. They have given me tremendous support in all the programs that we have in the constituency. And without them, I would not be successful in the constituency. Because when you have a ministry to run, so I have foreign affairs, and only because of the COVID, the foreign affairs minister is not traveling every month. You know. Okay, I'm meeting, the amount of Zoom meeting I'm involved in. There was no COVID, I had to travel. Then the constituency, unless you have a strong team behind you, the constituency will be neglected. So it's because of the strong team with the office manager and the staff in the constituency that we're able to achieve all that we achieved now. And so I really want to congratulate them for the hard work and dedication and support. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I don't want the second bell ring. As I wrap up this budget debate, I must say how pleased I am with this budget for 2022, and it gives me a lot of hope for the future based on the measures that were announced. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. David. Honorable Representative for St. Patrick East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the 2022 budget as given by the representative for St. George's Southwest and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this COVID year has really impacted negatively on families throughout the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, great efforts have been made to combat the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And we've all been affected one way or another by the lockdown, by the closure of schools, the closure of businesses, the closure of our arms, Mr. Speaker. When we greet each other now, we close our hands and we bend our elbows. We do not open arms to greet anyone no more. And so, Mr. Speaker, that really has created a dampening on the socio-economy of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, hearing of the relief in the 2022 budget as read by our Minister of Finance is really welcomed by each and every one, particularly the people in St. Patrick East, who I have the great honor of representing. Mr. Speaker, the exemption of taxes of selected food items, some additional ones, and I'm really happy that the MP from St. David's would have clarified that, made it very clear that there is indeed a very long list. And so this further relief is being felt by our hardworking single mothers and fathers, Mr. Speaker, by those who are unemployed, by those who have very low income, Mr. Speaker, because they have really been struggling during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, they have had a really hard time making ends meet because of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the taxi men, the hotel workers, the market vendors are only just returning to work. Mr. Speaker, the hairdressers, the barbers, the small shops, the retail stores, they were closed during our last COVID spread. Mr. Speaker, This will now enable them to earn an extra dollar. They'll be able to add some extra items into their food basket. Mr. Speaker, lowering this tax burden, whatever can be done, will definitely assist all of these categories of persons that I've just mentioned so that they can realize some extra savings. Mr. Speaker, they'll be able to cope better. They'll be able to feel the relief because COVID has done quite a lot to the psyche of people. It is not just about the economic fallout, Mr. Speaker. There's been quite a lot of emotional and psychological burdens that our people are carrying. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really support this budget 100%. But I cannot end here by not speaking of our teachers, my fellow co-workers, my past colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They had to adapt to online teaching. And I really must commend them because our students did exceptionally well, I believe, in my view, despite the conditions. Mr. Speaker, my past colleagues just benefited from the 4%. And they too will benefit directly from the additional salary that they'll be getting at the end of the month of December, before Christmas. Additionally, there's the promise of the next 4% in a timely manner very early in 2022. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget, would be rewarding my past colleagues who have worked well in adapting to the online learning. Mr. Speaker, I know it couldn't have been an easy task, because, we're accustomed to the classroom, and so it really took quite a bit, and success was good, like I mentioned before, in terms of the students. And I just want to commend the Ministry of Education and all the stakeholders in the education process with all that they have done to ensure that our students continue to succeed and to be, and to do well in their exams. Mr. Speaker, all other members of the government service would be benefiting from the budget this year. Mr. Speaker, extra salary for Christmas, extra 4%. In addition, the changes to the electricity bill would surely alleviate any challenges that families have been facing. Mr. Speaker, small business owners are relieved. It will surely help everyone get back on track, Mr. Speaker, so that they can all recover from the effects of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the fuel and gas reduction will surely lift the burdens of the busmen, the taximen, the truckmen, and all private vehicle owners. Mr. Speaker, we know all mode of transportation is very important. Mr. Speaker, very, very important in ensuring that people continue to be productive. Mr. Speaker, transportation is quite critical in the, for getting tourism back up and running. Mr. Speaker, this budget, in my view, yes, it's for economic development, but I see it, Mr. Speaker, as a life changer. I see it as a mood booster. Mr. Speaker, I see this budget as motivating. People are looking forward to Christmas, but not only that, there's new hope for the new year, for 2022. Mr. Speaker, I hope and pray that as we enter back into our normal life, that we all continue to be safe. Mr. Speaker, permit me to share with you what our Ministry of ICT has been able to do during the pandemic to help our government serve its people better. Mr. Speaker, when COVID first reached our shores, the concept of remote work was really new to our public service, not just for Grenada or the Caribbean islands, but all around the Caribbean, all around the world. And Mr. Speaker, to be very honest, as a department, as a ministry, as a government, we were not 100% prepared for this. Remote working was not heard of before in our Caribbean island. Anyone who said that they were home working in the past was really just laughed at. And so, Mr. Speaker, we were committed to coming up with a number of initiatives to address this issue, because for the first lockdown, we had to put systems in place. And I must report, Mr. Speaker, that we were prepared for the second wave, and so we've had persons working at home, and so all the initiatives that were taken by our Ministry of ICT would have helped to maintain and enhance productivity in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, basically what did we do? On all the desks in the ministry has been computers that we call desktops. No way possible can those be transported home so that work can continue or remote work can actually be a reality. So what is the first thing that was actually done is in replacing those desktops with laptops and docking stations. Mr. Speaker, a docking station really would enable someone to work remotely. They can work at home as well as they can work from their office. It includes a large screen monitor and some little devices that one just connect the laptop to when one arrives at work. At the end of the day, the person who was writing that letter and didn't complete it can carry that laptop home, continue writing the letter, come back next morning, send it off. There's no break in productivity. And so, Mr. Speaker, what has been done through our new procurement policy is to order laptops and docking stations for a great number of workers in our government ministries. Mr. Speaker, our IT officers have gone so far as to select some of the screens for the docking stations that are nicely curved, and so make it gently, make it easier for, easier on the eyes, Mr. Speaker, because it is not possible to look at a laptop all day, and so hence the reason for the much larger screens. Mr. Speaker, we are very happy to also announce that a virtual private network, a VPN system, was also established. This allowed our workers, Mr. Speaker, to do some very high security activities from anywhere, whether it is in their homes, I don't know, wherever they choose to sit once they have their laptops. Mr. Speaker, government pays workers through a system called Smart Stream. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, accounting officers, budget officers, whoever were working on government finances were able to do so out of the ministry. And it's because of the implementation, the establishment of a VPN system by our ICT ministry. Mr. Speaker, this has indeed ensured that workers got paid on time, government bills got settled, all of that was done. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the year to come, the Ministry of ICT will continue its initiatives to reduce on the use of paper. And so what has happened, all of the traditional forms, instead of they being printed and sent all over the country, they have all been digitalized. We now have electronic forms of mostly all of the forms, electronic forms of the of those paper forms. And so this reduction in the use of paper would only mean reduced costs for government. And of course, savings has been tremendous. And so our ministry has really prepared government as much as possible for the last, state of emergency where workers were working remotely. Mr. Speaker, contribution was even made in the area of education, where every secondary school principal, teacher, and child were given an email address in the edu.gd domain. Mr. Speaker, that gives that gave students and teachers the ability to, enhance the virtual teaching. Mr. Speaker, students were able to hold classes on Teams, instead of Zoom. Now, Teams is extremely interactive and it's more conducive for education. There has been some challenges because, it is something new. And so what our ministry has done was to have extensive training sessions where trainers were trained to pass, these methods on to the school. And we want to say that those training sessions were quite well attended. And I trust that follow-up would have been done to establish the extent to which the schools were able to utilize this new system of Office 365, where all students are able to log on to Teams, hold their classes, interact with their friends, in and out of classes, hold chats and discussion. It's not different from a WhatsApp chat. There's quite a lot in this Office 365 platform. And so we don't want the primary schools to feel left out. And so our ministry would be rolling out that very same platform to all of our primary schools in the first quarter of 2022. Mr. Speaker, our policy of that of a government and of a ministry, that in digital transformation, no one should be left behind. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have partnered with the International Telecommunications Union and would have secured an assortment of specialized IT equipment that is fitted for persons who have speech impediment and vision impediments. Mr. Speaker, those equipment, when they were shared through the Ministry of Social Development to be sent on to the Grenada Council for the Disabled, was to ensure full inclusion. We call it our digital inclusion. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no way, as a government, that we can move forward, become a digital economy. And that is where the world is heading. And that is where we have to go. So we actually have to prepare. We cannot get there if we leave any sector behind. And so we've been working across ministries, whether you're abled or you're not so abled. We work with everyone to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to access technology, and so to feel part of the digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, there is no way possible that we can get there if we carry our, bags or cupboards or storerooms of paper behind us. Paper don't last long. We know the challenges that can be faced with, paper, the agents of weather, fire. And so as a responsible government, we have to secure our very critical documents. And so the digitization of the probate registry and the land and deed registry has begun, Mr. Speaker. And this is quite significant because, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be told that my land paper is missing. This cannot work. And so we have to find alternative means of securing those critical documents. So, Mr. Speaker, our birth papers, our death certificates, our marriage certificates, all of these documents are now being copied and converted into digital forms that will be stored in a government data center. Well, let us call it cloud infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This is the new way of securing documents. It is quite safe, and it is being done by large developing countries. And as a young developing country, Mr. Speaker, we are following very closely behind. And so we have to ensure that we mitigate for any form of disaster. We have to be prepared. We have to ensure that we protect all of our documents. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming year, we would also be allowing all Grenadians, for the very first time, all citizens would be able to, 1, apply, 2, pay for, 3, receive an online or a digital birth certificate for the very first time. So in 2022, we would open this online digital platform where persons can, just have your virtual birth paper. It would be online, so you can forward it anywhere, you can print it if you so desire. Mr. Speaker, this is part of our digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if everyone in this room understands really what is coming. But I know that there's parts of the world, like in China, where you go and all you can work with really is your cell phone. There's absolutely no cash needed in those societies. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are a very, very long way off, but it is part of the mandate of our Caribbean government. Mr. Speaker, there's Carib coin coming. There's so much things coming that I am not too sure that we are educating our nation sufficiently. And so as a ministry, I believe that that is something that we should also undertake, the education of our people so that they can be well prepared for all the changes that is about to come. Because remember, when you don't understand it, you will not accept it. Just like how we have vaccine hesitancy, Mr. Speaker, I foresee digital hesitancy. It is coming. And we will, get our kickbacks. But, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to this. And, we would also be securing our all of the documents that is in our public library. I know going to the library as a young child, there's a pile of books and papers that we have to go through. But, Mr. Speaker, all the documents there are of great national and historic importance. So they too, Mr. Speaker, will be scanned and digitized and saved. They will be, and Mr. Speaker, when we're finished with one area, one government, or when we finish with all of the ministries, all the births and deaths, lands and deeds, when we finish with all the birth paper, all the library documents, we would move on to all other government entities and secure them. Mr. Speaker, there are risks involved. When you take all your business and you put it up there in the clouds, it's like you take all your business, you put it in the bank. You take all your business, you put it in a safe. You think it's safe, but, there's always risk. So, Mr. Speaker, we know as we climb higher and higher up the digital ladder, government will be exposed, businesses will be exposed, citizens will be exposed to what is known as cyber crimes. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a Ministry of ICT, it is our priority to significantly curb and eliminate the risk and the potential threats of cybercrime attacks. Mr. Speaker, they have been happening. You've heard of your little Facebook account being hacked. It's just a small version of the bigger picture. So, Mr. Speaker, cybercrime is real. And so, part of our responsibility and part of our focus and our priority next year, has always been, for 2021 going into 2022, would be will be that of cyber security, Mr. Speaker. And this honorable House will, of course, hear much more about it. Because we have that duty to protect our people when they're out there on the internet. Internet is more accessible, and so we just have to make it more secure. And that has to be done for all of our citizens throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Mr. Speaker, we intend in the new year coming to roll out a massive change management strategy for public officers. I don't think there's any way in which we could be preaching all of this and saying, okay, look at what government is doing, if our officers are not all there yet. Like I said, we're leaving no one behind. And so we would hold several developmental sessions for our officers in the use of OneDrive, SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, and all other Office 365 applications. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that the skill set of our government officers is on par so that they can provide better service for our people, so that they can be an example. Because in this digital transformation that will occur, Mr. Speaker, there's no getting away from it. We have to ensure that all of our ministry staff, all of our government workers are ready and that they are prepared and they're ready to share government vision. And Mr. Speaker, if all countries around the world is heading there, little Grenada will not be left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, we took a bold move, and it was bold. We took an entire program in our ministry, our Prime Minister's ministry. We took an entire program and exposed 5,000 people to digital transformation. We just transformed their way of doing business. We didn't get their permission, but we did it as a trial. It was a pilot project. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to report here today that we have successfully launched the Digital School Uniform Program. And we had 5,000 plus Grenadian families shopping without cash in their pockets. They experienced what people in China, in Shanghai, and there's this part, couldn't pronounce it, where there's absolutely no cash on the streets. There's no cash in the stores. Everyone uses their cell phones. Did we take a big chance? Of course we did. But we believed that it worked. And Mr. Speaker, we've had over a 96% success rate. People were able to shop with only their cell phones. And it was done right here in Little Grenada, Mr. Speaker, by people who have absolutely no credit cards. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure of these 5,000 people, not even 50 would have ordered something online. Well, they don't have credit cards, except they're using a friend credit card. But these are our vulnerable families who were selected to be part of this program. And so, Mr. Speaker, apart from introducing them to this new way of, it's called a cashless society. Apart from giving them that experience, we safely report, Mr. Speaker, that there has been great savings. No paper were really printed with all the vouchers as before. So government saved funds there. And also, Mr. Speaker, there was no exchange of paper during that spread. Because, Mr. Speaker, these people were shopping after the jab were on the streets in Sotel, St. David's, and all over the country, St. Andrews. They went to shop after that. And so because we had these 5,000 people with only their cell phones, there was less interactions when they went shopping. And I would safely say that we, based on that method of digital school uniform program, we were able to curb or reduce the spread of the coronavirus that may have escalated because we had so much people with so much paper, voucher paper exchanging in the stores. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the WePay Trinidad company for allowing us to use their software to roll out this pilot program. I also like to use the opportunity to thank all the officers in the Ministry of ICT and all the persons in the Prime Minister's ministry who would have contributed to this very, very new and very, very challenging program. The Digital School Uniform Program. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, 306 persons were able to shop with their cell phones, and they reported that they actually enjoyed this new experience. One or two had little challenges, and of course, we did our best to rectify as much of it as possible. Mr. Speaker, in St. Patrick East, many of our schools, and we have about 10 of them, are either being repaired or have completed their repairs. So the entire education, all the stakeholders in education in that constituency are extremely happy and very, very pleased with the number of work that has been done in conjunction with, of course, our Ministry of Education, Ministry of Works, and we also have some that were being done by the BNTF project. Mr. Speaker, permit me to report that the addition of a new wing and the repairs to the entire building structure of the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School in Montrose is nearly completed, an $8 million EC project. Mr. Speaker, it brought so many jobs to our people. And what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is despite the fact that we were going through a pandemic, at no point in time did this work and them shut down for any length of time. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this government for continuing to give jobs and hope to our people in a pandemic when revenues were at an all-time low for the first time in a very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, many other schools, including the Montrose Seventh-day Adventist Primary School right next door, also got a total facelift, new everything, just like the River Sally Government School, posh, brand new structures, everything. You know, what I like now, what is happening in our schools, Mr. Speaker, there's no little piecemeal work being done. Our schools are being transformed. They look like hotels, and our children would benefit from this because when you live or you work in a good environment, it affects you very, very positively. Mr. Speaker, the Hermitage Government School is also under repair, and very soon the Rose Hill Primary School will start. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the parents, the teachers, the children in St. Patrick East who attend the schools, I just want to say that, you know, some of the parents are here with us today. They really appreciate what this government is doing by creating safer, friendly learning environment for children so that they can get some form of sustainable education. Mr. Speaker, we have a community center in River Sally. It's a massive building, $1 million building. Mr. Speaker, it was the homes for vagrants. It is now complete, almost completed. We're just waiting on some extractor fans for the building to be handed over. The objective of its renovation is to transfer it into a resource center. And Mr. Speaker, we did intend to let it be one of the garment production centers, but we yielded to the Ministry of Youth Imani program because we thought that program would create so much more employment for young Imanis. And so, Mr. Speaker, we would most likely look at another item for production. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I commend this government for this venture of creating production centers. We have one in Montreat, St. Patrick. It is the National Skills Development Institute under the Ministry of Education. It's a furniture production center. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend the workers there who are producing furniture. They have drastically reduced our import bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that our Minister for Finance is enjoying the skills of the workers there. He has a luxury desk, an L-shaped desk in his office that was produced in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I think after he presented such a budget, I think he really deserves that desk. Mr. Speaker, in St. Patrick, again, we have a 27 million EC dollar project that is nearing completion, maybe a month or two, and the very best road network in all of Grenada will be completed. Mr. Speaker, 4 major bridges were built, and extensive road network that connected St. Patrick with St. Andrews. Mr. Speaker, those 4 main bridges are on the main road between the 2 parishes. And every time a little bit of rain falls in the mountain, it floods. And so if you're going to St. Andrews from St. Patrick, you either had to pack up or pass all up the mountains. If you're coming from St. Andrews to St. Patrick, same thing. Because all of these areas to enter, we have many bridges, and most of them were below the level of the road. Mr. Speaker, I want to report that there is no more flooding in Pointsville, St. Patrick. There's no more flooding in Callaloo in Hermitage. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing hampering movement now between the parish of St. Patrick and St. Andrews, whether it's a rainy day or not. Mr. Speaker, our road network, like I said, I think it's one of the best in the island at present. Our road network, it's out of this world. And I just want to say that the project did have 1 or 2 little hold up, but everything is back on track now, and it has created great employment for our people, not just in the area of Montreach and Snell Hall, Hermitage, Montrose, Pointsville, but as far as St. Andrews, St. Mark's, and I even saw a few people there from St. John's. Mr. Speaker, that massive the project was. Hundreds upon hundreds of people have benefited from the St. Patrick Road project. Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I say to you today that, well, you and the listening nation and everyone who's listening, that my parish is ready, and we're really preparing for greater development. Mr. Speaker, such as is unfolding in the Grenada National Resort, the Deliverer Hotel project. Mr. Speaker, every time I come to this honorable house and I speak of the project, I say the same thing over and over. We welcome this project in the northern part of the island. We need the jobs for our people in the parish of St. Patrick and all the neighboring parishes and as far as Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, we need the additional opportunities that will be created as a result of that project. Mr. Speaker, we need it so that our people will have a better life. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to this massive investment in our parish, filtering down in the pockets of the people of St. Patrick, particularly those in St. Patrick East. I know the people who are, neighboring the area of Livera, I know they're all very excited. They always say to me, when is it starting? I just want to say to everyone that work is being done, just not on the ground yet. There's so much work that has to be done. Plans, research, there's quite a bit. And, jetties have to be organized. There's quite a lot of work that is really going on. And so we just ask you to be patient and to know that this government, we're collaborating and assisting as much as possible, working along with the investors to ensure that as a government, we do all that we can to ensure that this and all other projects come on stream. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the developers, the Singapore Heng Sheng Development Group. Mr. Speaker, they have made a donation of 44,000 EC dollars in food hampers to the entire parish of St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, St. Patrick East will be getting 110 of those hampers. Sorry, not hampers, but vouchers. And St. Patrick West will be getting the other 110. So 220 vouchers would be distributed for the people in the parish from the Singapore Heng Sheng Development Group, who are the investors in the Liverer Hotel. Mr. Speaker, we really welcome this venture. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the people, particularly, of course, those that I represent. They welcome this gesture. And, but, you know, it's not only about doing something. It's about the consideration that goes into it and choosing something that can really touch the lives of people that has gone through some period of hardship because of a pandemic, and also some period of, you know, and to bring some joy to them for the Christmas season. It was very thoughtful of the developers, and I just really want to say how much we appreciate this and the efforts to helping our needy people have a wonderful Christmas. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we welcome this venture for the people of the North, for the people of St. Patrick, for the people of St. Patrick East, and some of them who are here today, well, all of them who are here today. You know, it's a project, you know, we look forward, a project that we really need. Mr. Speaker, we have assisted over, well, nearly 200 persons in our constituency in a number of areas, a number of needy persons. I have gotten assistance with medical, whether it is medication or whether it is to do their tests. Mr. Speaker, a number of young people who attend TAMCC and St. George's University have gotten assistance with tuition. We have even assisted young people who are in Form 5 and need assistance to pay for CXC. Mr. Speaker, we assist people in connecting their, new water connection, electricity connection. Many persons have gotten assistance. Mr. Speaker, we also provide some transportation allowance. But very importantly, too, we have helped in reducing our carbon footprint. We also provide solar lights to people in our community who have no electricity and so opt for that, that means of bringing light to their home. Mr. Speaker, it has been a great pleasure to serve these people for the past year. And we will continue to assist them as much as possible. We know this government is the concerned, caring government. And so we look forward to our continued efforts. Many people here many persons mentioned about the elderly program. We do have a great elderly program where we have Christmas dinner for elderly citizens. Despite the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, they're asking for it. So we've decided that we're going to have a dinner for vaccinated elderly in St. Patrick East. So anyone listening, know that if you're not vaccinated, you will not be able to attend the dinner this year because we're not taking any chances. They will present their vaccination card at the gates to come into the dinner. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud to announce that 466 persons in our constituency benefit from the SEED program. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that the people who are being considered, who have been considered and have been successful, and those who are presently being considered as we speak for the stimulus SEED package, they are excited, they're hopeful, and they can't believe that there's such a government that is going so far to ensure that they live a comfortable life, a good life, that they are not at one point in their life must they be without something to eat. Mr. Speaker, my people bring great thanks, great appreciation for this government, for all that it's doing. And all of that was mentioned in our budget by our Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, special projects. We did numerous small special projects at a value of $443,143.42. Mr. Speaker, numerous concrete roads were built throughout the constituency, well distributed among our many villages. Mr. Speaker, slipper drains, box drains were constructed. Mr. Speaker, where we couldn't put concrete pavement, we did binding. Mr. Speaker, we built new structures, concrete structures, small ones. We repaired our old community buildings and maintained our government buildings. And many, many other small community projects were done throughout the constituency, Mr. Speaker, at that value. I want to tell you a bit of our major road rehabilitation projects. Mr. Speaker, in the village of River Sally, at present, well, it's almost ready to start. I'm not too sure if the work has already begun. Well, it's about to start. 523 feet of concrete pavement will be done in Bonware, in River Sally, St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, this is a very significant road because it joins two villages and allows safe emergency exits in the event of any issues. Mr. Speaker, that road is valued at $113,841. In Baghdad, in River Sally again, 515 feet of pavement with 280 feet of concrete drains would be done. It's already been tendered at a value of $117,982. The River Sally Preschool just had an 8-foot high wall built. That's 136 feet long at a value of $89,047.30. Mr. Speaker, this is quite critical to protect the school that is newly renovated by the Basic Need Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, in the community of Rose Hill, behind the community center, a road, a concrete pavement, 630 feet, with 75 feet of slipper drain will be constructed. The work should have started sometime late last week or early this week, late last week, sorry, at a value of $113,924. Mr. Speaker, the road between Rose Hill and Batway. When I was a young child, I can't remember, maybe a teenager, I remembered when the road started. It's not yet finished. I wouldn't say my age, Mr. Speaker, but it's really way too long. So, Mr. Speaker, since becoming the MP for the area, I have been committed to request that we do a large portion of that road every year. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have tripled the quantity of work that's done yearly. And so this year, $145,743 would be spent on 556 feet pavement. And this should, hopefully, Mr. Speaker, this should get the road past the last house between Rose Hill and Batway. These people have been exposed to dust for so many years now. And I just want to thank them for their patience. They've been angry at us from time to time. You know, there's quite a lot that they had to say. And I don't blame them. We really took too long. You know, all governments that have passed would have taken a bit too long to complete that road, Mr. Speaker. And so on behalf of this government, I'm trying my very best to you know, ensure that these people get what they fully deserve. No dust getting into their homes or into their nostril. They really deserve this. And I'm hoping that next year, our Minister of Finance could probably give us a 300,000 or 500,000. Let us finish the road once and for all. Mr. Speaker, in the area of Batway, behind the vendors, the vending building up on top of that hill, we'll be doing 450 feet of concrete at a value of $134,925. This work have already been tendered for. Mr. Speaker, between Livera and Batway Beach, the two areas, the most scenic part of our island, the road between Batway Beach and Livera Beach is in a very poor condition. Every year we bind it, and every year the people curse us and said we're just wasting money, only binding. But the road is so long, it may take about $5 or $10 million to finish. I really don't know. But, Mr. Speaker, this is our first attempt at putting concrete in that area there. And so we'll be doing 400 feet of pavement and 122 feet of slipper drains.
Deputy Speaker,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this will be done at a value of $109,389.10. Mr. Speaker, we have in the area of Livera, that is on the village side, from Poposin House, I'm going to do like the MP for St. John's, that people need to know where the drains are, the pavement, well, drains only. People would need to know where the drains would be started. From Poposin House, Mr. Speaker, leading all the way down, we are making another attempt. We have many roads like that, main roads that really, you know, need to be completed. And like this road again, maybe another $5, $10, $15 million to complete. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're going to start. But we're going to start with the drains only. And so about 1,200 feet of slipper drains and about 400 feet of box drains will be built in that area from Poposin going up into Livera on the village side. And that will be done at a value of $144,165. Mr. Speaker, this area as well, the people have been exposed to too much dust, and it's been really too long. The roads have been like that for 50 years, I don't know. Every year we bind it, and they've had enough. They are frustrated, and so we're asking again, maybe next year we can complete the whole drains, and so the binding would probably last a little longer and don't get washed out. But the people are really asking for a complete road. You know? Mr. Speaker, there's an area in Livera again where there's quite a number of persons living. One of them include a medical doctor. That road down there, Mr. Speaker, I went down there about 3 weeks ago, and I only kept driving because I had to go. If I didn't really have to go in there, I would have just turned and went back out. It's really so bad. And so I just want to, you know, apologize to the doctor for, you know, the length of time that it took us to really get all of this done. But I just want to let them know that 563 feet of pavement would be done in that area, and 534 feet of of drains, whether it's I think it's box drains, because there's quite a lot of erosion taking place there. And that will be done at a value of $169,806.50. Mr. Speaker, let me just total all of this and to say a very special thanks to our Minister of Finance, to our Chairman of Cabinet, for making $1,138,882.90 available for all this work, all this improvement in our area. Never mind, I was begging for a little more, but you know you can't help it. That's why the people put us here. But this is tremendous. After this is done, Mr. Speaker, we know that our people would be much more satisfied. But they have waited a very long time, I must say. Mr. Speaker, in the area of housing, we gotten we had a great improvement this year. We got I think $100,000 extra. We got $350,000 of housing, and that was shared between 52 persons in all of our villages. We distributed the best we can, our largest areas getting a little bit more. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that, yes, we got a great increase, and we're very, very happy. We were able to provide housing service to so many more persons. But housing still is, and will continue to be, a great need in our constituency. Mr. Speaker, when I first became MP in the area, I really couldn't believe the living conditions of some of our people. But I want to say that this government has steadfastly, year after year, improved, provided all the resources, all the finances needed to better the way of life of our people. And though we are very satisfied with this, I just want to be on record as saying that maybe we need about 5 times the amount. About 5 times to really get us comfortable. But we've had tremendous improvement. And our people are seeing the efforts, they're seeing how concerned our government is and how caring our government is. Because every day you add, every day a house gets repaired, it means that you've made life better for one more family. And they're quite appreciative. Mr. Speaker, I want to boast of our housing brigade that have repaired 40 out of the 52 homes that got materials in 2021. When those guys enter a home on a Monday morning, and by Thursday they use up $8,000 worth of material like nothing, the people call me and say, wow, they never see some fellas could work fast. So 40 homes were repaired over the year, and they assured us that they will work on the other 12, hopefully before Christmas. I don't see how possible, though. No, they can't do that. But they are really quick. They are really, really quick. They work well. And, Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues spoke about the bathroom and toilet program, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I just want to join them and agree with them fully in saying how great it is for our people. Our needy families, how much it lifts their morale, how much it makes the youths more confident, what it does to the seniors, they can be relieved in peace from the private. $250,000. Of that, we used $242,658.46. And 33 persons were able to get materials. Now, we have a bathroom brigade that builds those bathrooms. And, Mr. Speaker, Almost 18 bathrooms will be built for this year. So far, they have covered 16. And I must say they may have done better, but there were times when there was no cement, another time again when there's no sand and gravel, and that tells of the rate of construction that is going on in our tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. So that slowed them down a bit. And I believe that they'll complete 2 more before Christmas. Because, Mr. Speaker, we divided the crew of 10 in 2, and basically they complete 1 bathroom each a month. Well, they can actually do that, with all being well. And they have gelled well by now, and so they've come up with means and ways of even increasing their production. And they did an experiment in the month of October, and they said it was very successful, so they'll be able to do bathrooms much faster. I want to just commend those guys. Mr. Speaker, they work very well, and I just want to thank them for utilizing government resources well. And I just want to say that I think that as a constituency, our people are dedicated. We have our 3 brigades. I'll tell you about the 3rd one. All 3 brigades, I believe that they're working well and they're utilizing government resources quite well. Mr. Speaker, our constituency work brigade, or community brigade, 7 workers that do community work only. So this is our 3rd brigade. They too do good work for us, Mr. Speaker. In light of the pandemic, we noticed that a lot of people were coming up to St. Patrick, a lot of this. People from St. George's, St. Andrews, always find a reason to be in my constituency, St. Patrick East. I don't blame them. It's awesome up there, Mr. Speaker. When you go to a site, and we have so much in St. Patrick, when you go to a site, you feel like you're in a place like Hawaii. You feel so relaxed, so happy. And so, sorry, yes? Well, that's how I feel when I sit on Batway Beach and I look out at the islands. Mr. Speaker, we decided to, make our sites a bit more welcoming. And so our community brigade, we gave them the task to build benches on Livera Beach. Mr. Speaker, we have a beach house there that couples as doubles basically as a storeroom for fishermen.
Speaker, in the chair.
Mr. Speaker, our community brigades have done quite a lot on the Livera Beach. They've built gazebos and benches. And so when that was completed for independence this year, by the month of April, May, there were at least 7 weddings on Livera Beach. And so, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to doing more of this. And so, like I said, that has been our intention. That community brigade also built the toilets on Livera Beach. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I've said here many times before that you go to Livera Beach and, you become friends with a certain spot somewhere if you can't get back home. And this has to be something of the past, And so we have provided that toilet facility there. Mr. Speaker, our community brigade installed plastic biodigester septic tanks in the sand on the beach. And so, Mr. Speaker, as soon as we get the water, which is being negotiated between the Ministry of Tourism and NAWASA, I don't know who has to pay who, or we really As soon as that water gets on the beach, Mr. Speaker, we will be offering toilet facilities to our tourists who come to do turtle watching. We'll be offering toilet facilities to all of our Grenadian citizens who come to enjoy the natural ambience and relax on Liverpool Beach. Mr. Speaker, it has been a great need of our community. And so we're very happy that through our special projects, we were able to get funding for this project to develop Liverpool. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is a Ramsar site, and so we have to ensure that we protect the turtles, we protect the sea, and all of the wildlife. Mr. Speaker, on the breakwater in Sotez, where we have a massive beach now and pool as well, our brigade repaired the bathroom and toilet facilities there. They also built bathroom and toilet in Rose Hill Park for the basketball court as well as for the playing field. We also are waiting water for that area there. Mr. Speaker, they work on the gazebo and bathroom and toilet for River Sally basketball court. And at present, that brigade is repairing the Ministry of Education District 2 office in the St. Patrick Roman Catholic School. After that, Mr. Speaker, we'll be sending them to another very special place in St. Patrick, one with an awesome view, even better than what you get on Bathway Beach. A better view, Mr. Speaker. It's called Mary's Pasture in Liverpool on the village side. And also, Mr. Speaker, there's a pond there. So they will be building gazebos and benches there so that when people leave St. George's, everyone don't have to be on Liverpool Beach. They don't have to be on Bathway Beach. We know people can't travel as much as before. We'll also be offering Mary's Pond. And Mr. Speaker, there is a sugar mill there that is of great historic importance, and we hope one day that we'll be able to repair it, have an architect do a proper job on it. We'll also be installing signs leading to Welcome Stone so that nobody gets lost anymore, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I close by welcoming everyone to St. Patrick East. It must be your vacation. It don't cost you much to have a relaxing afternoon. Mr. Speaker, we hope that we'll be able to create some form of employment for our people in that regard. And so that's why we build the beach house on Liverpool Beach. It doubles up as a vending mall as well, but it's not yet completed. We want to do the same on in Mary's Pasture, to have vending booths and things there so that people can sell some jelly water, sell some local drinks, sell some, local food. And so on Sunday, when the family is out looking for somewhere to relax, that you would all choose beautiful St. Patrick East. Mr. Speaker, I thank each and every one of you here, the Chairman of Cabinet, all my Cabinet colleagues, yourself, and your entire Parliament staff, for all of your support for the year 2021. And, I already thank the people at our ministries. They've been quite supportive. But I just want to say thanks to these people here, each and every one of you. I always say, I don't know how you, how you make it with me. Sometimes I can, of course, and stubborn. I just want them to know, this one I nurse in milk. I can't help it. I really thank you. I just lost a very good friend, as you know. I can't stop talking about him. He's one who helped us get all of our work done, We call him Rocky. And I don't think I don't feel like I thanked him enough. I don't think I did it publicly. And I go to sleep at night and I feel badly about it. I remember thanking him a lot and saying, man, what? You're such a great guy. You mean you thought of that? I say, thank you. I have thanked him, I guess. But sometimes it's good when people hear hear you being thanked. It makes you feel so much better. And I just want to say, folks, in case I don't say it often enough, and I guess I don't, I appreciate each and every one of you, especially start with my other half, my better half. Thank you for being there with me all these years. Couldn't have been here without you. To my office manager, I thank you for being a great person. My housing officer, my seat officers, my field officers, all the office attendants, all those of you who work on our, who work in our PDs, who volunteer your services. You have been great. It has been a great year with you, and I just want you to know that our parish, our constituency is in a good place. And so I just want to ask you if we can continue to work together and let us see all of these things through. You want the best for your constituents, for your people, your family, and yourself. And I think that we share the same vision, and so I just want to ask for your continued support. And I'll do my best to listen to you some more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick East, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the 2022 estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance and the Parliamentary Representative for St. George Southeast. Mr. Speaker, my presentation will take a slightly different tone from the rest, not having to speak on any ministries per se, and therefore I will be looking at the budget, the entire budget as presented, dissecting it, identifying the strong points, and maybe looking at some of the areas that could be strengthened if necessary. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by making certain parallels, budget parallels. And I want to go back to 2005. 2004, Mr. Speaker, when I presented the 2005 budget. And that was after Grenada experienced what was undoubtedly its worst natural disaster in over 100 years. The passage of Hurricane Ivan, followed by Hurricane Emily the following year. Mr. Speaker, that hurricane destroyed Grenada to the extent of 2.5 times its gross domestic product. It was a natural disaster that destroyed the physical infrastructure. It destroyed our vegetation, and a few lives were lost. In the wake of that disaster, Mr. Speaker, we went out to the international community to solicit financial assistance for the rebuilding of Grenada. And it was felt at that time, given the extent of the destruction, that it was going to take over 20 years for Grenada to be rebuilt. So we went out there and mobilized resources. And international organizations and countries were willing to contribute to the rebuilding of Grenada. Pledges to the extent of over $300 million, I could recall, because I was at the IMF at the time, were made. But in December of the same year, I believe that tsunami in Southeast Asia destroyed that area as well. And half of the pledges were moved to those countries. So we were left with less resources to help rebuild our country. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are faced with another disaster of maybe even greater proportion. Not in terms of any physical destruction, but more destruction of lives. The impact on the health of our people and the disruption of economic activity. Mr. Speaker, some might say this is man-made, I don't know, but I know it is transmitted from person to person. But what is instructive, Mr. Speaker, whereas in 2004, we were able to go out in the international community and reach out to friendly countries to assist. Today, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of each on his own. Because every country is impacted by this disaster. And therefore, we cannot expect to go out there and mobilize the type of resources to help us to rebuild or to fight this virus as we did 17 years ago. It's a different ballgame, and therefore it demands a different strategy in moving forward as to how we will rebuild in the face of a disaster that we cannot yet determine. We do not know how long. It is very unpredictable how long it will last. Whether it will get better or worse, the scientists cannot tell us that as yet. And therefore, it is very difficult to present any kind of estimates beyond 1 year, or, well, I wouldn't say 1 year, 1 year is long, on a monthly basis with any level of predictability. This is what we are dealing with, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as I said, we have to come up with different strategy as to how to fight this virus and how to survive, maybe coexist. Because the thinking out there is that this virus will be with us for some time. And therefore, coexistence will have to be a mantra, living with the virus in an environment that we will have to refer to as a new norm, a new normal environment, because it will not be the same. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the strategy, our approach to budgeting, planning, resource mobilization will have to take a slightly different pattern as we did in the past. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I wish to take this opportunity to commend the Minister for Finance for what I regard to be a well-prepared and a well-delivered budget speech. And also may I commend the staff of the Ministry of Finance and other ministries for the inputs into the budget preparation and delivery. By all indications, Mr. Speaker, and from moving around and talking to people, the Grenadian people are generally satisfied with the contents of this year's budget, as it is a direct response to the many challenges confronting our people at this time. Mr. Speaker, I have heard of various adjectives been used to describe this budget. Some say it's a token budget, not knowing exactly what token is all about. Others say it's a Santa Claus or Christmas budget, while others say, again, it's an election budget. I say, Mr. Speaker, that this is a people's budget, presented and delivered by a government that cares about people, Mr. Speaker. Because the suffering for anyone to dismiss the relief package contained in this budget, Mr. Speaker, at this time, cannot profess to have the interests of the Grenadian people at heart, especially the poor and vulnerable at this time, Mr. Speaker. It takes a caring government to deliver a budget of this nature at this time, which is responding to the many challenges facing our people out there because of this virus. Mr. Speaker, this 2022 budget is a national response to a number of challenges and uncertainties facing our country at this time. Chief among these, Mr. Speaker, I can make reference, as I said before, to this COVID-19 pandemic and the destruction of lives and livelihoods, and its prolonged and unpredictable effects on our country. Another challenge, Mr. Speaker, that we have to deal with: rising oil and commodity prices, resulting from disruptions in the international food chain and other supply of critical items for our own domestic operation. Mr. Speaker, over the past months, the price of oil moved from about $31 per barrel to now over $70 per barrel. And it might get even worse, Mr. Speaker. It could rise even more. And we know the impact that will have on our economy, not only from consumption point of view, but from the production of goods and services. Because fuel and electricity is a major component of cost in almost everything that we produce. Mr. Speaker, our people have been crying out. Every day you go to the supermarket, there's a difference in price. An item that is $5 today, tomorrow they tell you it's $10. Some might say it is price gouging, others might say it's exploitation of the poor people, but we all know that commodity prices are rising. But whether these prices are passed on fairly to the consumer is something that we have to determine, because not all of our items are under price control. And therefore, this is something we have to look at, Mr. Speaker. Is it that a few taking advantage of the many? I don't know. We have to do that analysis, Mr. Speaker, because some of them could be hiding behind this price increase and say, well, it's international price rising, while taking advantage of the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, another challenge that we are faced with, what we regard as climate-related natural disasters. And we see that every day. Only a few weeks ago, there was this COP26. A lot of talk, but I don't know if there was much substance coming out of it. But we know as a fact, Mr. Speaker, that climate change is real, and it is having real impact on domestic production. You look at weather pattern. Years ago, when I was young, it was easy to predict when is the rainy season or when is the dry season. No, it's difficult. You don't know when is rainy season or when is dry season. You look at coastal, low-lying coastal areas being washed away, rising sea level. Direct response, Mr. Speaker, to global warming. Mr. Speaker, the socio-economic effects of these uncertainties and challenges manifest themselves in less than satisfactory performance of our own domestic economy. For example, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result of the impact of this pandemic, we have seen not only locally but regionally a general increase in incidence of poverty. As a matter of fact, a recent study by PAHO revealed that in the Caribbean area, the number of people living in poverty has risen to over 30%. And I do not believe Grenada is any exception to this, Mr. Speaker. Rising unemployment. When businesses are shut down or locked down, people are unemployed, no income, yet they have to survive in that kind of environment. A major challenge. People resort to all kinds of devious means to survive because they say survival is a must. Prayer larceny is getting out of hand. I'm not saying it is because of this, because some people are just wicked. They don't like to steal. But yet it could be a contributing factor that when you're unemployed, you're desperate and you look at ways to think, but that is no reason, Mr. Speaker, to go into somebody's property and steal. What we have also observed, Mr. Speaker, is that because of this pandemic, we are now experiencing, on average, lower growth rates. Although our economy is doing relatively well, but when we compare the growth rate of the last year, this year, and projected for next year, it will still not bring us back to the pre-2019 level of domestic output. Because recall that in 2020, GDP fell by almost 12%. And even a 6% increase and then a 3% or 5% will not bring you back. We will continue to operate below our natural capacity to produce, Mr. Speaker. Economy will, I will not say stagnate, but at the present rate, it will take a longer time to absorb the high level of unemployment that exists, which means that government will have to intervene as it is doing with the various stimulus packages to assist the poor, vulnerable, and needy, Mr. Speaker. And we do understand what that means. Because once you have to use more resources to meet with current needs, it means that less you will have to put into capital formation or investment, which drives economic activity. So we are oscillating in near stagnancy, Mr. Speaker, because we do not have enough resources to invest to drive economic growth, and the limited that we have, you notice a higher proportion is in the form of transfers to help those who cannot help themselves right now. And this is imperative. You have to do it. Because survival, Mr. Speaker, comes before growth. If I have nothing to eat, you can't tell me, well, let me put money to invest in something to create more goods and services in the future. I want it now. So unless we address this issue of a low-performing economy, we have to face prospects of higher levels of subsidies by government to those who cannot afford to survive on their own. And we also notice, Mr. Speaker, and related, the weakening of the fiscal situation. The rate of revenue increase is much lower now than before, while at the same time your level of expenditure is rising faster. And on that trend, you know what will happen. And that will bring us, Mr. Speaker, to the present budget, which is regarded as a deficit budget. For the first time, I recall government presenting a budget with an overall deficit for the reasons that I have explained. Revenue will continue to grow at a lower rate than expenditure as long as our economy is not performing at its maximum capacity or near maximum capacity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? The main problem that we face with now, as presented by this pandemic, is that of hesitancy to take the vaccine. And vaccination, Mr. Speaker, at this time, as the scientists will tell you, is the primary weapon. It ain't say it is an absolute solution. It's a primary weapon in the fight against this pandemic, which will enable us, Mr. Speaker, to return to a state of normalcy. And they use a critical factor, herd immunity, 80% vaccination. It means, Mr. Speaker, that unless our people are vaccinated, unless we achieve this herd immunity, that will allow us to return to a near state of normalcy, or at a level where our economy can be opened up again. And we do not all have all of these restrictions. And the economy could grow. Less dependence on government subsidies. Less dependence on income support. And more reliance on driving the economy forward through a sustainable public sector investment program. We will have difficulties, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I believe this budget the sensitization of our people to be vaccinated is critical. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to identify a number of pronouncements or statements made by the minister, which I consider to be very critical and very important before I look at the actual budget figures for 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance made mention of a special allocation of $6 million for the Ministry of Health to deal with this COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very important, very critical at this point in time, because it shows the importance of fighting this virus, Mr. Speaker. Because as I said, if this country is to be restored to a state of normalcy, we must improve on the vaccine uptake. And therefore, I see this special allocation as being critical to undertaking a massive vaccine promotion. This, Mr. Speaker, ought to be given special consideration, especially in the rural areas of our country where the level of vaccination is very low. If you do a geographic survey, Mr. Speaker, you realize that in the rural areas, among the poor, they are the least vaccinated. And when you look at the deaths, 200 deaths, 97% of those were not vaccinated. Significant proportion from the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, we cannot underestimate the importance of vaccination as a major determinant of the success or failure of this budget. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in addition to this massive campaign, I would like to see greater attention being given to improving the health infrastructure in the rural areas as well. I will not elaborate, but I think we all understand what I'm talking about. If you have the highest incidence of unvaccinated in those areas, and God forbid there is an outbreak, quite obviously, if the infrastructure in those areas are not up to standard, they will suffer the greatest loss. So that has to be a critical aspect in terms of how you allocate any additional resources to deal with this virus, Mr. Speaker. The second important announcement that was made, which I welcome, is the increased capital allocation to the agriculture budget. I notice here, Mr. Speaker, a 58% increase in capital allocation, which is very important, because the criticisms that have been leveled against this government over and over is that we're not interested in agriculture. And those who criticize, Mr. Speaker, do not take into consideration the significant level of capital investment in the agriculture sector not reflected under the Ministry of Agriculture itself. That has to be taken into consideration, Mr. Speaker. The building of feeder roads, millions of dollars, who benefit? The farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, increasing the capital allocation is a signal that this government is serious about agriculture. And again, in this regard, I would like to see special attention being given to two critical areas right now. That of food security, enhancing our food security, and dealing with the issue of predial larceny. Mr. Speaker, right now, these are two critical areas we have to focus on, in addition to the other areas. Mr. Speaker, I was heartened by the pronouncement by the minister that finally government will be dealing with contract workers. And personally, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from a personal point of view, and it's not this government to blame because this has been happening for some time. I think it is very unfair to workers who have been occupying certain positions that cannot be considered as temporary because they've been there 5, 10 years and not enjoying the same status as those who are permanently employed, doing the same work, even over a longer period of time, Mr. Speaker. And when I heard the announcement that a special framework or special attention will be given to this, I say, yes, this is a government that cares. Because we have to deal with that, Mr. Speaker. It's a vexing issue. Contract workers. And I'm happy that the minister made that pronouncement that we will deal with contract. Something will happen. Mr. Speaker, the fourth pronouncement that the minister made, again, that caused me to click, was this Clico-Bico fiasco. And the government of Barbados thinking of issuing a bond so at least investors could recover. Mr. Speaker, there are many who died not getting 1 cent from the investment they lost. Not 1 cent, Mr. Speaker. So although many people have resigned to the idea, well, that's a lost resources, I still think it is good news. What I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, Of that $49 million bond that they intend to monetize, so at least investors get something up front, how much on the dollar will that work out to be? 10 cents on the dollar? 50 cents? 70 cents? That is important information. We like to know. Because this matter has been there for so long. You know, if it was in the United States that this had happened, those responsible would have been in jail. But down in the Caribbean, they relax in eating lobster and caviar, you know, after they have what they have done to the ordinary people. They have been in jail. Madoff and the others, Stanford, where are they? But in the Caribbean, nothing happened. Injustice, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy that at least something could come out of it. So even though it's 20 cents or 30 cents on the dollar, it's better than nothing. Let's work towards it, Mr. Minister. The fifth announcement, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs made mention of it, which I fully support, that $10 million allocation for small and micro enterprise. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that it's the small and micro that comprise the largest segment of our domestic producers. They are in the majority, and they have suffered significantly as a result of this pandemic. Therefore, making that allocation is a welcome move. But I have one concern here, Mr. Speaker, and it has been recurring, and you've been hearing it over and over again. When you look at the geographic distribution of these resources, and who really making the most out of it, you see a significant imbalance. The small guy in the rural area, Mr. Speaker, doing his farming on a daily basis, you can't tell him to come to St. George's to go to GDB to apply for a loan. You want to know what you're talking about. This thing, Mr. Speaker, this program ought to be more diversified. Bring it more to the rural areas, Mr. Speaker. They will not come. And that is why very few people in the rural areas make use of this, although it is so good. It's a psychological thing. You have to come to town to get this. Everything, you have to go to town to get that. Even when GRAP was in Sauterne, they moved GRAP from Sauterne to St. George's. Again, that was a bad move. Something that is close to the rural people. They are in the majority. Look at the distribution of this loan. And it's more in St. George's area. So members, I'm just saying what it is. Let us diversify this thing. Let us move some aspect of the operation to the rural areas where they can take advantage and you can have direct supervision. Some people get loans and nobody supervises. Hands-on supervision is not there. I've been making that call for the longest while, Mr. Speaker, and nothing's happening. Otherwise, the impact, you'll have a large $10 million when you look 90% in the St. George's area, 10% in the country area. That's not how we develop. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, good move, good increase, but let us look at the diversification, the distribution, and make it more relevant to the people who need it most. And the final pronouncement, Mr. Speaker, and again, I could not be happier when I heard the 1 month payment to frontline workers, policemen and frontline workers. Mr. Speaker, this is an excellent reward. These people have been working very hard, and I recall at a meeting of our party, I said these people deserve a special stimulus package. They have risked their lives. They've been out there fighting, and no one, Mr. Speaker, should begrudge these workers for this package that you'll be getting. And I commend the government for this excellent move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to look at look at the budget figures themselves. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The 2020-22, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, last year, even with the virus, government was able to generate an overall budget surplus of 2.1% of GDP, or roughly $62.7 million. Very good, because that has been the hallmark of this NNP administration since 2013 and back, seeking to generate budget surplus. Now we are looking at an overall deficit of 3.1% of GDP, or $97.9 million. But as the member for St. David said, it's not the ideal, but it's nothing wrong. I mean, it's unavoidable. And the most important thing here is that, and as he rightly said, you know the source of financing. Once you could finance your deficit, you don't have much of a problem. Because I recall, as he said, when budgets were presented under a different administration, and they could not tell you, I mean, the deficit was maybe almost as big as 50% of the total allocation itself, and they could not tell you how that will be financed. That is recklessness, Mr. Speaker. That's not responsible budgeting. What the Minister of Finance has presented is a very prudent and what I call, I want to use the best adjective to describe this thing, because really, when you could identify your source of financing, and don't worry saying whether the transformation fund is a grant or whether this is a grant or whether it's coming from that. The fact is that, Mr. Speaker, international organizations have recognized this government has been very fiscally prudent. And the resources they are prepared to make available to Grenada, they will not do to other countries that have not shown such fiscal prudence. That's where the money coming from? As someone interviewed recently, your grandma used to say, your mother used to say, son, always put aside something for a rainy day. So when things are good, don't eat everything. Put aside, make a little sacrifice. And that is what the government did over the past years. They were able to put aside something. So no, that could serve as a buffer to meet these kind of challenges right now, the fiscal challenges. That's where it comes from. Good fiscal management, the sacrifice that was made from 2014 on in terms of the structural adjustment, where people had to make, everyone had to make that sacrifice. But the government was on the right track. Although government was criticized, but it was the right track, Mr. Speaker, where you have to prepare for situations like this. And while on this, Mr. Speaker, I want to admonish this government that in light of all of these uncertainties, in light of the unpredictability of the virus or the new variant, the Omicron that might or may not, we don't know what it is, I will ask government to do or prepare a contingency plan and a contingency budget. So in the event that something else will happen, you have a plan B. It's always good to do contingency planning and contingency budgeting, because this thing is moving on a path that is not predictable. We don't know what tomorrow will come. And God forbid there is a spike or this new variant impact our source market for tourism or even reach our region. All of the nice things we have in this budget, Mr. Speaker, goes out the window. Everything will go out the window. If there's another attack, if there by this virus or its variant. All the nice things, all the praises, and we go back in lockdown mode, and government has to find money for stimulus to help that again. No money for investment, the country stagnates. Contingency budget, that's one recommendation I would like to make to the government. Please prepare a contingency plan and a contingency budget in the event, on the likely event, that this virus might take a turn for the worse. Mr. Speaker, again with the figures, when I look at, as I said, Mr. Speaker, looking at the overall deficit, which is okay in the present circumstances. Because why? Look at your revenue. You're projecting revenue to to grow by 4.6%. And that 4.6% is linked primarily to your projected growth in the economy. Yeah, nothing else, because there are no taxes, no new taxes here. As a matter of fact, government subsidizing instead of taxing. So you're depending on that growth. Yeah, but that growth will depend on the uncertainties with regards to this virus. So, we cannot say, yes, you will realize that because of those uncertainties. That's why I'm saying the contingency plan is so important. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, while the revenue might be growing at a rate that is not as satisfactory as we may want it to be, look at expenditure. Current expenditure will be growing by 10.5%. So you must have, obviously you must have that deficit. You're moving from $598.6 million to $661.7 million project 2022. And let's look at the reasons why your recurrent revenue will be growing at such a high rate. As the minister said, interest payments that will fall due in 2022. That is a significant component, 17% increase. 17% increase in interest payment. That is why, and I will come to this later, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of projects I see on this there that are supposed to be grant finance. But I see a very slow implementation of this project, especially those related to climate change. And I think, I want to know why this project is taking so long to come on stream, because they are grant finance. And if we can bring this project on stream much faster, then we don't have to borrow, where you have to pay interest. So let's get those projects that are grant finance on stream at a faster rate. Wages and salaries, employee compensation, you see a 6% increase? Well, yes, because you have the budget 4% increase for negotiated wage. Mr. Speaker, Grenada might be the only country in the region. I want somebody to help me and tell me where. We're in the midst of a pandemic, a major crisis. A government is increasing salary by 4%, Mr. Speaker. Tell me one country. I challenge you. Well, I know in Belize, they were saying you have to take cuts. So many other places you have to take cuts. In Grenada, we're saying 4% increase, Mr. Speaker, at this time. 3 more minutes? Oh. I can understand, Mr. Speaker, and yet people criticizing this government, You're criticizing. You're not even a freeze. You're taking an increase, and yet you're condemning the government. When I look at, goods and services, it's quite obvious. If price is increasing, then you have to pay more for the goods and services that you procure by the government. And here you see 13.8% increase. And the major component of that spend is what they call transfers. Quite obvious. To support the indigent, the poor, all of the packages, public assistance, transfers must increase. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is why we have this deficit. But fortunately, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the financing is there because international organizations recognize the good work we are doing, and this government, because of prudent fiscal management, was able to save for a rainy day. Plain and simple language, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now want to look at the capital budget for 2022. First of all, I welcome the increase in the size of the public sector investment program. $333.8 million. I think that is good. This is good. Even more, Mr. Speaker, and even more important, I welcome the improvement in the project implementation rate or ratio, Mr. Speaker. Moving from 49% in 2020 to 85, close to 85% in 2021. Significant improvement, Mr. Speaker. And this is where to go. The implementation rate must increase because you could have millions of dollars in projects, and if you cannot implement, nothing. And this is what drives the economy. But even equally important, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the measures announced by the minister to increase the efficiency of capital investment. The efficiency, Mr. Speaker. Efficiency plus implementation rate are the two most critical factors in determining the effectiveness of your public sector investment program. Because the relationship between your capital investment and the increase in growth is a direct and positive one. And the statistical measure is what we call the incremental capital output ratio. And this is something we have to understand, Mr. Speaker. A high capital investment ratio is indicative of high level of inefficiency in your capital spending. What do I mean by that? If you have to take $50 million in capital investment to generate a 1% increase in growth, as opposed to $10 million, you're very inefficient. So you could have a large PSIP you could implement, but if you did not implement in an efficient manner, you will not get the desired result on growth. And we have to look at some of the measures, some of the factors that are impacting negatively on generating greater efficiency in your delivery of capital projects. Mr. Speaker, the first one. Well, it's natural. We have to look at the uncertainty of COVID. The uncertainty of COVID itself is a natural force. Yeah, because you will want to generate, but if there's lockdown again, you know you won't be able to. But I want to challenge the Minister of Works with regards to the manpower capacity. Do we have the capacity? Because that's a key factor. If you have projects and you don't have the technical expertise to assist in getting this project moving, you have a problem. And that could lead to inefficiency. And I'm saying this in the context of what is happening in St. Patrick's West. I do not know whether it is only in St. Patrick's West that might be happening. But for the past 4 years, Mr. Speaker, not one single piece of concrete road constructed in St. Patrick's West. Not one single piece of concrete road. Everything is under special project. And you know the reason we advance? We don't have the manpower. We don't have the people to do the thing for you. Is it only in St. Patrick's West that happened, or is it just a national thing? Because I see overall an increasing implementation rate. So how come we cannot implement? We have lost 2 road officers over the past year, and no replacement. So nothing happening. No concrete projects. I'm hoping that this year, Mr. Speaker, something could happen. I know the minister was up there recently looking at some roads that we have looked at 4 years ago, and nothing happened. I'm hoping that something will happen, Mr. Speaker. But that again, Mr. Speaker, I know that was a problem before, the manpower constraint, but I'm hoping that that has been removed. Bureaucracy. You know, some people just like to engage in unnecessary paperwork. And let me give I'm giving you a practical example, Mr. Speaker. We have a road project in Redmond. The project is almost 50% complete. I think it's handover construction doing the work. For going on 3 weeks to a month, the project has stalled because we have to pay some money for acquisition. That's $22,000. And that could come from the project contingency fund. So you don't have their government doing it directly. But the company is owed money. The money is there, from what I've heard from the consultant, from what I've heard from the project manager. But one man sitting in the Ministry of Finance decided, I will take my good time. I will do that when I want. I ain't doing it now. Can you imagine that? One man holding up a project to the extent that if contractors want to demobilize, move everything out. Because every day is frustration. Every day you go is a different story. I mean, come on. That kind of bureaucracy. And these are the people who tell you they want more salary. They'll tell you to pay, they want higher pay. Holding back a project, almost $2 million project, just because I am in control. I could do what I want. So, Speaker, we have to get rid of this kind of mentality. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, when you look at some of the projects, those climate change projects, I have seen them over and over occurring in the budget. I saw them last year and the year before. I want to see a faster rate of implementation of this project, Mr. Speaker, because the grant financing. And let us look at whatever are these constraining factors inhibiting the implementation of these projects, right, that can push your PSIP up and at the same time, avoid government having to resort to interest-bearing loans to finance projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that, and another problem, unnecessary delays could create inefficiency. Corruption among officers could create inefficiency. So many factors. The inefficiency, and I was happy when the minister mentioned that, we have to improve the efficiency coefficient in order to see a greater impact of capital spending on national output, Mr. Speaker. This is critical. Last year, the same thing came up, and I made a recommendation. I said the government should employ an implementation czar. I made that point, Mr. Speaker, because depending on the minister, I'm sorry for the, wow. I'm sorry for the minister.
You have 15 minutes, so.
15, well, I haven't touched my constituency. The minister is overworked. He's overworked. Because I see him all over the country looking at projects. He's overworked. I will stop at this, Mr. Speaker, because really time is going. I just want to briefly mention, Mr. Speaker, some of the benefits, the relief measures, which I welcome. The electricity. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the best moves made by this government was to repurchase majority shares from WRB and be in ownership of this company. Not, well, because they want to own for owner's sake, but to me, from a security point of view, I think it is, I won't put a strategic asset like electricity generation in the hands of any private, especially a family man, to control your electricity generation. I think that was an irresponsible move. But even more important, Mr. Speaker, the measures announced by the minister, the key one and the most important one, would have been very difficult to implement if it was owned by WRB still. Moving any change in the non-fuel charge. And Mr. Speaker, the minister has identified 3 areas where you can get some relief. The 30% reduction in the non-fuel charge, increasing the threshold for VAT from 90 to 500 kilowatts hour, and the removal of the environmental levy. Mr. Speaker, just briefly, I just want to give you a comparison to show the benefits, how you could benefit from that. Let us assume that your kilowatt hour consumption, a household, 500 kilowatt hours for the month. Before the recommended change, that household will have to pay for fuel surcharge, $215 based on the existing rate now, $215 in fuel surcharge. The non-fuel surcharge, $200. The EVL, which is fixed at $5, and the VAT, which the member was making a big issue about, the VAT on that will be $9.79. So before any relief, the household bill will be $429.79. With the relief measures, the fuel surcharge now will be, what was it? But overall, Mr. Speaker, you get a relief of $64.79 from that, which is important. Similar to the capping on the gasoline, $15. A busman from Saturday to St. George's, average, let us say, 17 gallons per day. to go up and down. It's capped at 50. When you do the calculation, Mr. Speaker, he could save over $150 a week if he make only one trip. Time will not allow for me to go through the calculation, Mr. Speaker. But it tells you the benefit that you could derive from this thing. And the final big benefit to the households on seed, moving from 300 to 450, Mr. Speaker, this is a welcome relief. Because I recall in 2008, the then government, well, before 2008, for the elections for 2008, a promise was made. Vote for me, we will give you $400. Vote for me, we'll get $400. They won the election, and they never give the people the $400. I think some people died from heart failure because they didn't get the money. Sure. Some died from heart failure. They did not get that. You see, Mr. Speaker, some politicians like to make promise and they don't deliver. This government deliver without even making any promise. Because we're not telling you we will give you this after election. You're getting it now. I don't know when election will come. So how you could say that's an election budget? We're delivering now, Mr. Speaker. And that's the hallmark, that's the difference, Mr. Speaker. Or those you could trust and those you cannot trust, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope I have 10 minutes. It's very unfortunate that I don't have time to look at the constituency, but I must. Mr. Speaker, overall, St. Patrick West, the people benefited from all of the relief measures contained in the budget. I think those on seed, everybody benefit. But there are some special projects, Mr. Speaker, some special programs, Mr. Speaker, I want to make mention of. The Imani program, Mr. Speaker, I think is still the flagship program for youth development, creating significant impact on the development of our youth, notwithstanding the criticisms we are getting from certain quarters. And we understand the criticism, because the idea is to confuse the young people, get them to move from one direction to the other, make promises to them again, and don't deliver. But if our young people fall for that trap again, that's too sad for them. They were there before, and they knew what happened. They were promised. Nothing happened. Instead of improving, they were thrown out. We have not thrown out. Even though it's a 2-year training program, we still try to give you something to make a living. That's what NNP did. And we have to show appreciation for that, Mr. Speaker. The Empower program, again, significant program, very important. Getting our young men off the block. Because the alternative would be a life of crime and decadence, or maybe end up at a place at Her Majesty's pleasure. But because of this program, I could tell you in St. Patrick West, those young men who have participated, 80% of them now are gainfully employed or in significant training, Mr. Speaker. They are making use of their lives. Again, because of this government, and another batch will be taken in, and the same thing will happen, Mr. Speaker. So this is getting positive results. Mr. Speaker, special project, $391,675 spent on special project, 175 jobs created. I will not elaborate like my good friend from St. John or St. Patrick East in terms of itemizing those projects, but we know concrete pavements, walkways, things like that. Again, impacting the lives of our communities, especially in rural areas, improving the quality of life. That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Similar to the toilet and bathroom project, over 20 have been constructed over the past year. Yeah? In fulfillment of government mandate that every home should have, what do you call it, flush toilet? You know, the one with the chain. You know, we have to move away from the pit latrine, Mr. Speaker, because we know it's a health hazard. And they are doing an excellent job in retrofitting those homes with those toilets, Mr. Speaker. The house repair program, again, significant. The building brigade, doing excellent work. So many homes have been constructed, materials provided, Mr. Speaker. Very good program, very good support by this government. housing, Mr. Speaker, $399,669 spent on house repair. Very, very, very significant, Mr. Speaker. Improving the quality of the housing stock, another indicator of the quality of life of our people. The devolution program, Mr. Speaker, $804,884 spent on the devolution program so far, creating some part-time jobs for 1,768 people in the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Impactful again, Mr. Speaker. The seed program, to date we have 358 households receiving assistance from the seed. And these 358 households will qualify for that $150 increase. So you could imagine the impact it will have. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have 50 persons who will be receiving that special assistance under the stimulus package. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on and on. I will not make mention of the breakwater that was said before by the member speaking on behalf of the Minister of Works, but we are hopeful that by mid next year, something could happen in terms of having actual work start, because we are in the stage where the final design is up for approval, and once that is done, it is a matter of implementation, and we're talking about a project that will cost about $9 million US. Major project, but it will transform the area. Certainly, Mr. Speaker. I spoke of the Redmond Farm project, which unfortunately might be held up because of some bureaucratic delays. There's another project, yes, Mr. Speaker, the St. Patrick Road project. And again, this might be a bit unfortunate, that the $10 million allocated for that project will all be consumed, all be spent, or maybe we need more, maybe not even enough to complete phase one. And phase one is from Google Bailey down to Pointsville. Phase two, which is supposed to be from Google Bailey to Montfendu and from Chapel to Lower Sotez. Unfortunately, I see no allocation in the budget for this phase. I'm hoping that the minister will wave his magic wand and get some resources, so at least we could start phase two of that project. But really, I think it is critical, especially for the people of Davie, Prospect, Mount Alexander. But if, perchance, it cannot be done, I would like to see some emergency work done to repair the road in the areas that are very critical. And that main bridge, if you can do that bridge in Chapel, because it's a dangerous bridge, Mr. Speaker. It was a temporary bridge after, I think there was a flood a couple years ago, and we put this temporary wooden bridge. It is dangerous. So if we can get that bridge and do some repairs in the areas of, because I drove on the road, it's not that bad overall. If you go in the concrete area by Almost Paradise, if you can resurface that area, I think we're good to go. So really, I think there is hope. And I'm hoping that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Works could do something to alleviate the discomfort faced by these people, because really, they were supposed to be the beneficiaries of the first phase of the project, but it was both. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to, like my colleague from St. Patrick East, thank the developers of the Liver Hotel project for making that, almost for St. Patrick West and East equally, about $21,000 in vouchers for the needy people of St. Patrick East and West. I want to thank them openly. I think it's a very good gesture. It will go a long way in relieving some of the discomfort of the people in St. Patrick. I hope the other areas don't feel jealous, but when you get to a big hotel, you might get the same thing too. So that's all right. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, let me take this opportunity to thank the residents of St. Patrick West for the support they have given me since being elected in 1999. I really, to me, it was an honor to be of service. I do not know if there will be another sitting of the House where I could spend more time in terms of elaborating on that aspect of it. But let me also thank the workers in the constituency office for the excellent support they have given in ensuring that the office operates smoothly and to ensure that those projects, these special projects, the housing projects, they are all coordinated, in that office. And they have been doing a very good job. And I look forward to their continuing with the good job they have been doing over the past year. Again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, maybe there will be another sitting before Christmas, so I will leave it in terms of my greetings to my colleagues at that time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick West. At this time, honorable members, we would adjourn for today, but we begin at 9 in the forenoon tomorrow morning, so please come prepared. We have a long day ahead of us. This meeting is now adjourned.